shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and it's so good to see all of you guys today. I saw little Miss Sharon in chat, Sabrina Smith, Sammy G, I saw Mally Cat, WV Holler Girl. I saw that you had a birthday, so happy birthday today, and everyone wish WV Holler Girl in the chat a happy birthday. Also, I saw Trishy in the chat. Good to see you, Trishy. Hey, Seclusion Works. Ooh, making candy. Wow, that sounds good. And then I saw GA64. Good to see you. And Shadow, Show Poodles, and Megan Nels. Thanks so much, guys, for hitting the like button. And it's so good to be up here with you guys today. So I did take a couple of days off. Hey, Brenda Marshall. Good to see you. You know, I have a lot of things that I'm working on behind the scenes, but then I also had an unexpected work trip that was obviously not mine, but not planned. So I had to help out with accommodations and such. So I'm so glad to be here with you guys tonight. We're going to talk about Seth Rogers and his live that he put up. You know, just really, really, really sad, in my opinion, that Seth has to get up there and say some of the things that he had to say. Hey, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, good to see you. You know, and it really broke my heart. So tonight it is going to be a little bit sad, you know, because I guess my big takeaway from what Seth had to say is that he needs more people to know about Sebastian's disappearance, to care, to do something, to help find him. And I think that's one consistency that I've seen. Thank you so much, Little Miss Sharon. Throughout with Seth is that he just wants his son. He just wants to find him. I don't think that it makes him feel good or anything to have to get up there and do this, right? It has to be incredibly difficult for him to get up there and talk about Sebastian. Um, he is Sebastian's voice, and I have to be honest. I wasn't happy about being in that live. Um, Not at all, not at all. And then the trolls descend, of course, which I don't know. I just don't know what goes through their heads that they would go into a chat of a man who's missing his son, and he's quite literally wearing his heart on his sleeve, and people are coming in there calling him out of his name, being incredibly disrespectful. um, for what reason, what, and on what planet does that make you feel like a good feeling or like you're being helpful? Because it's not helpful. It's hateful. And there's just something wrong again with these people. And if you want to know my thoughts on it, I have an 8-hour live that I posted the last time I was up here about what I think of these people, and just how horrible. But I don't want to take away the focus, because the focus is that Sebastian's still missing. Chris and Katie have custody over Sebastian's stepsister, Faith, right now. And, I think that there's some things that we need to discuss on that too. But I'll let Seth kind of, speak for what he wanted to say. And I understand that there were a lot of hate channels. That's why they're called the hate channels. Little Miss Sharon says, yeah. And I mean, it's like, why don't you just stay like where you're at? I mean, I know that they reviewed Seth, and I did not watch it. I'm not gonna give them any type of time or energy. I was doing a lot of research as well behind the scenes, and there's a couple of different lives that I want to bring in. One being and I think we'll do that tomorrow, but one being with Dr. Gary and Josh from the lab. I've been studying that live, and I want to review it with all of you. And the person that sent it to me said, Dr. Gary, he like has a crystal ball. It's like it's as if he had a crystal ball. So really, really great commentary on the case, and we're going to go over that. But of course, I wanted to share this with you all. One, because I know you have a heart, and I know that you actually care. Anybody that can watch this man get up here and not cry with him, I think is a very unwell person, again, because it's just incredibly sad. I mean, there's just so much to get into. Hey, Deanna, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, love Dr. Gary. Yeah, he's really good. Yeah, and I watched, what was the live that I watched with Dr. Gary most recently? Brian Koberger. Yeah, really, really great live there too. And, we kind of covered a little bit of an update in that case. He did take a plea deal. And, there's mixed reviews, even within my own self, about plea deals. So, I mean, saves money, but it's just too bad for the family members who did want to see some justice, play out in the court. It's, my heart's with them and what their wishes are, of course. But yeah, let's get into this. So Seth it was like about a 50-minute live. So I have a few clips to share. And this happened, what was it? Sunday night. Yes, Sunday night, because I was going to come up on Sunday night, and then I got kind of pulled in a different direction. But I do think it was Sunday, and correct me if I'm wrong. Um, but yeah, this is Seth's words, right?
First and foremost, I'd like to say thank you for everybody who just came in. I appreciate everyone. Do want you to know that there has been activity behind the scenes. We're, stuff coming in from at night, people wanting to sit there and do some pretty stupid shit, in my opinion. Threatening my son, whether it's a host or not, it's just not right. But it's kind of been really busy. Been really busy tracking down stuff. Tracking down leads that are coming in, dealing with the FBI. I've been dealing with a lot of other law enforcement agency groups. It's a lot to be on your shoulders. Every day you wake up and it's like, I'm tired. I'm tired. But the whole point of it is that I don't know what's going on with my son. So I continue on. Whatever happens to happen, I just know I got to keep going until I find him. Don't like to tell people where some of these are coming from, but we've had people call into the tip line. Just got done dealing with one in Arizona. Been dealing with a couple in Virginia. Life isn't what you think when your kid goes missing. Try to keep a positive outlook. But every time I turn around, there's just people out there it's hard to find anything that's enjoyable while this is going on. But I keep myself busy between work, running down tips. Then they're trying to make sure, everything's going well. Then I get reports, of a couple other people, what they're doing. The fact that my son's own mother doesn't seem to care. What happened to him? The day that I find Sebastian and he actually sees this stuff that's gone over, I hope he understands that I'm doing everything I can. Doing everything I can to find him. Trying to do everything I can to make sure nobody forgets him, because I never will. People still, I need help. I need people to still please continue to hand out the flyers. That's the reason that we continue to get tips. Even if they don't pan out and I don't find my son, still keeps the hope up. It really does. I mean, it's the only thing that I have right now is the hope that I find him. That's all I really care about. It's finding my son. It's just sometimes there's not enough time in the day to get everything done that's needed to be done. And sometimes there's too much time. Just, it's never ending.
Okay, guys. So, yeah, I mean, my heart just breaks for Seth, you know. Hey, Little Redo. Hey, Miss Kim. Good to see you. Hey, Linda. Good to see you. Lucy Day. Thanks for being here, guys. So, yeah, Seth goes into the activity behind the scenes, you know, that there has been activity behind the scenes, that he has been getting different tips and leads from at night. He said that there was some stupid shit that was someone was threatening Sebastian, and I'm not sure if he was talking about the ransom threat, you know, or what he was really referring to. But he said, you know, even if it's a hoax or even if they're just, you know, playing around, it's not right. And I agree with him. I don't understand why they would do something like that, right? With all of the things that you could be doing, why would you do that? You know, and why would you add insult to injury from from a father of a missing child? You know, again, I just don't understand why people would do that. But either way, it sounds like they have been. But you know, he says that he's keeping busy. He's tracking down leads. You know, he's trying to find his son. He also says that he's been working with the FBI and other law enforcement groups as well, which I think that is a positive thing. It's more than we see from Chris or Katie, right? And again, I know that, you know, Chris is not his father, but if I was married to someone and I had a stepchild, I would be absolutely beside myself if they went missing. I would go to the ends of the earth to find out where they were. Lil Redo says, Lord, this is sad and it's ridiculous how folks live their best life, yet listen to this. Right, exactly. And, you know, I'm not particularly angry that they took Faith to Disney. I mean, you know, it's better than having to be in that house where her stepbrother went missing from. I mean, in comparison, I think she probably feels safer in a hotel room than she would there. So I think, just in my opinion, and maybe I'm selfish and maybe I would have to like make myself do, you know, go with my husband and his daughter. But if my daughter was missing, I don't think that I could go to a place where it's happy and kid oriented and have a good time. I mean, you know, I'd be a mess. And I don't think anybody, you know, would want me at Disney being a mess like that, right? It's like a Debbie Downer, right? I couldn't be happy. No way. No way. Hey, Wild Wolf. Wild Wolf says Chris and Katie don't need to be around Faith or any kids when they have a missing kid. He needs his parenting rights revoked, and Nina needs to step up and protect her kids so she doesn't need protect her kids. She don't need to be around, in my opinion. No, I agree. I agree with that. I do, Wild Wolf. I cannot believe a judge in New Mexico is allowing for this. I don't know what steps Nina has taken. I can just say it's very difficult when you have an idiot judge and a family court system who, you know, doesn't care about the kids or their best interests. They're worried about making the parents happy, in my opinion. But I agree. I mean, you know, I'm sure he has a good father's rights attorney that probably got him the time with Faith. I'm not saying that she shouldn't be around her father necessarily, but I think that there needs to be some sort of a scheduled visitation where she's in a controlled environment, safe environment. I think that would be the way to go, and that's my opinion. Linda says, in my opinion, it's within the realm of suspects, in my opinion, that are putting these tips out. This is very hurtful, and my heart goes out to Seth. Yeah, I agree, Linda. I can't help but wonder if a lot of these crazy people that we refer to online are some of the people that are sending in false tips, or, playing around and just acting like jackasses. I agree that there may be something to that, because there's threats that we've heard of from the very beginning, from very reputable sources. And that was another thing one of my mods and I were working on too behind the scenes. And not to kind of let it out, but I mean, we were going through some of the things that we found to be very odd in this case, and it was like, okay, well, what about this, right? And then what about this? And then this person did this, and and we're trying to piece some of this stuff together, right? Because even though it's been a year and a half, it almost feels like this case, what's happened in this case, it could be like 3 years of information, right? Like it's double almost, in my opinion, because there was so much that the parents put out, and it made it very difficult to decipher what was the truth. Yeah, Little Miss Sharon says, yes, I agree, Lady Freedom. She's making happy memories. Yeah, and I mean, at least she's, not in the house, because that's weird. And especially if they didn't leave Sebastian's bedroom the way it was, that would freak a kid out, right? It would freak me out if I went to my dad's house and, my stepbrother's stuff was gone. Like, I'd be like, oh God, I better be good. Better mind my P's and Q's when I'm here, because I might, end up like my brother. And it reminds me of, when little Bella Watts said that to her dad, are you going to do that to me too, what you just did to Cece? I mean, sinister, cold. I mean, it's what monsters are made out of, Hey, to you as well. Thank you for being here. I tried to pop that up on the screen, but it was not. Oh. Oh, how weird. Okay. Maybe I clicked on the wrong one. There we go. Hindsight. Good to have you here. Yeah, so it's just very, very odd, right? Little Miss Sharon says, Nina said it on her video, she was getting no support from her lawyer. I would kick him to the curb. I would kick him to the curb if I was her, and get another one, because some family law attorneys are terrible. Now, another thing is depending on how that particular courthouse works, it could be a whole pool of lawyers that hang out with each other, and that's a recipe for disaster. Thanks, Babs. Babs says, I love your shirt, Lady Freedom. I'm wearing my Beartooth shirt. Oh, tomorrow. Oh, awesome. Thank you for all you do and speaking the truth always. Thank you, Babs. Thank you so much. Yeah, I got my AC/DC. I think it says like on the bottom, 1977, which I wasn't born then. Yes. So, thank you, Babs. Supervised visitation, sweet C. Yeah, I agree. I mean, because that way everybody can feel safe. I mean, I can't imagine how Nina feels. I can't imagine how she feels, knowing that you have to give your daughter to a person who, well, for one, you don't trust. The reason that you left was because of abuse of your other children. And I just can't even imagine it, and Faith is just as cute as she can be, and she's her mother takes very good care of her, from what I see, from what I've seen. She does, has her involved in things, and she looks very, very happy along with her other siblings, in my opinion. So, and for Mr. Chris to try to take her away from her mother, that is such a good person and a good mother to her is absolutely sick. You don't do that. You just don't. I don't care if you don't like the other person or you're still hurt and angry with them. That has nothing to do with the children, and they should never have to suffer the consequences or be a pawn in your crap. Yeah, Lucy Day, it's just so sad. It's just so sad. Bab says it boils my blood wondering how they explained to where her beloved stepbrother is. Makes me so ill. That precious baby girl. I know, Babs. And, just her having to go in that house knowing that there's, like, where did Sebastian's stuff go? I might even ask that. When I was little, I was a little ornery shit sometimes, and I obviously haven't grown out of that, but I might just be like, well, where's Sebastian's stuff? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't think he's coming home? Because mommy says that he might come home. Like, I might say some shit like that when I was a kid. Because, I'm sure my mother would be trying to be keeping me hopeful, right? Because you don't want to take a little child, and crush them and be like, well, he might not come home. Like, how awful. Linda says it's so heartbreaking. I don't know how someone could hurt a child. Well, and I don't know how either, Linda, and it is heartbreaking, and it just makes you wonder, because it's like a lot of these cases, I believe the parents are involved, right? When we see Lily and Jack's case, and Seth brings it up later too, the parents obviously were both home and the kids were playing next door in the bedroom. Now, in that scenario, you're not going to most of us parents, unless you're like a really bad helicopter parent, and if you do, then more power to you, are not going to sit in the room while two children are playing and watch them play, right? I mean, if they're in there and they're playing, now you listen for them, and if they get too quiet, that's usually when they're doing something they're not supposed to be doing, so you go in and check on them, right? Pretty simple. So I don't fault them for like not being in the same room as the kids while they're playing. But I do fault them for, not making sure that the doors are secure and locked and things like that. But again, I don't believe them. I don't believe them. I think they both have guilty knowledge, and I think that's why they turned on each other. But we have these cases where the parents are involved. The parents are the last one with the child, like Summer Wells. And we're just supposed to say, we don't want to upset the parents, so we're not going to talk about that. No, we need to talk about it, because something happened to these children. They don't just poof disappear. Something happened. And, maybe they should sit their asses in jail until they want to tell the truth. Because the lie detector tests aren't cutting it, obviously. And they just need to sit their butts there. Bab says whatever judge allowed Faith to be with them should have his license revoked and removed from the bench. I agree. I don't know what they're thinking of. I don't know how they can justify allowing for this. Because the scary thing is it's a very unpredictable situation to put a child in. And then also, there's a lot of outs from Florida. So if they're in Florida, which I'm presuming they are, there's quite a bit of ways for them to scoot their butts out, if they feel threatened or if they start to get scared. And if I was Katie, I would be a little bit nervous that it's been alleged that there was activity on her Apple Watch that was found, that her heart rate increased around the time of 3 a.m. That's when we know that she was out in her yard, and then she went back in with the flashlight, right? Because somebody came from her house and ended up back at the house, and she was the only one at the house, according to her. So she had to have been the light source, right? That is just deductive reasoning. That is just critical thinking, right? It is what it is. And the fact that they wanted to take that part out of the America's Most Wanted, unbelievable. That's what Seth said, Babs says, what? Did Sebastian's room cleaned out? Yeah, so that is what Seth is said. And that was the reason why they didn't do the interview at their house, you know, and show his bedroom. I mean, again, I have known parents, and I understand that some people do eventually take, you know, and clean out a bedroom or whatever, but not this soon. And I don't even think I would have the heart to get rid of any of my daughter's things at all, ever, if something like this happened and I didn't know where she was. Like, I would always hold on to hope that she would come home. I would buy her Christmas gifts. I would buy her birthday presents. Like, oh my God, I can't even, you know. Yeah, you got to keep the kids out of it, Trishy. And it's so hard. Trishy says, exactly, Lady Freedom, keep the children out of parental squabbles. And, you know, and it's difficult, especially if you have a bad situation, right? And it's like really toxic. And it sounds like, contrary to what Chris and Katie, that narrative they were pushing, that everything was just hunky-dory and, you know, we all get along and we co-parent together and, you know, all of that, that they wanted us to believe in the beginning, we kind of find out that that is not true at all. As a matter of fact, you know, Seth was even saying that, like, none of the things that they're describing were happening at my home. You know, none of it was happening there. You know, he was able to, you know, use the restroom and not have accidents, right? And accidents are a tall tale sign for abuse, whether it's SA, whether it's physical, whether it's emotional or mental. It's because, you know, it's like it's a PTSD, it's a trauma response, right? A lot of times when people regress like that, right? Because we learn how to use the bathroom, and Sebastian was more than capable. We watched him use the bathroom unassisted at the Texas Roadhouse. He got up from the table and used the bathroom. You know, was he back to being able to do that since Mr. Chris wasn't there breathing down his neck anymore? I mean, because he looked fine and he didn't even look like he was wearing a pull-up. So did Katie let him wear underwear? I mean, I'm not trying to be crude or intrusive to poor Sebastian. I hate that I even have to ask that question. It's a fucking shame. Hindsight says, Miss Sharon, people don't have to be present to be accounted for their efforts. There are so many ways to help. You can as well. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think what Seth is asking for us to do is a great idea, right? So we send out Sebastian's flyer, and I did put this newest flyer with the 500K reward on my community post. So just if you go over to post and click on it, you'll see everything. You know, sometimes I'll play like replay a video, or I'll put songs up there, or I'll do, you know, the flyers, the updated flyers. I always put things over there. So definitely check that out. But you can just, you know, take a screenshot of it literally and send it to 10 people. And it's like a chain letter, right? It's like those chain letters that you get, you know, send this to 10 of your friends, right? And just ask, could you please send this to 10 people, and ask them to send it to 10 people. If we all did that, like even the 48 of us that are in here, 49, I guess, with me too, we could absolutely, you know, make a difference and spread awareness to our own people, right? Which is a great idea. I can't believe we haven't thought of that yet, right? But I mean, it's the call to action of a desperate parent, right? And if you have time to go in there and call him Sean, and you're telling me you don't have time to take a screenshot and send it to people, I mean, come on. Linda, good to see you. Linda says Sebastian wasn't looked at as or valued as human being by his stepdad or bio mom, in my opinion. Yeah, Linda, you know, I can't help but think that as well. I really can't, because of the interaction at the Texas Roadhouse. Now, I know that that's only a little bit, right? I understand that, but I think I think it speaks volumes to watch the interaction and how, you know, it wasn't a joyous time. I mean, when I go for steak, I'm happy as hell. Ain't nobody gonna put me in a bad mood when I'm about to eat steak. I mean, Jesus. But, you know, maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. Little Miss Sharon says, Lady Freedom, I asked Chris from the mob crew if the data on the watch was confirmed, and he said we have to read between the lines. Oh, that's interesting. Well, and I mean, that's really par for the course for this case. We really have to read between the lines on everything. But how much more circumstantial evidence do we need when we have that? You know, there's lights at 3 a.m. Katie's still awake and her heart rate is elevated at 3 a.m. Sounds like, allegedly. You know, she was the only one with her son. They made a huge mistake by doing it this night. So if it wasn't, you know, if it was something that was spur of the moment, I mean, maybe, but I think it was planned and premeditated. That's my opinion. They really messed up by doing it on a night that Seth was at work, because he's got a clear and, you know, concise alibi. You know, and I was even talking to a friend of mine, you know, a corrections officer. You have to go through doors, right? You're like in a maximum, what do they call it? Secure facility, right? Like, you're going into into the facility, and it's like you have steps to go through, right? You have doors that you have to go open up, and then you finally get to where you're going. So it's very, you know, not to mention being on camera all the time. This person also let me know that, like, even down to the clicks and, you know, on your mouse, and you know, they are monitoring your every move while you're in that facility, right? Because, you know, they get audited like anybody else by the state and things like that. So, you know, to say that Seth had anything to do with this, I don't understand how that theory holds any water. Seclusion Work says the bedroom in my wife's office in our home is sealed off, untouched. Yeah, oh, seclusion. See, I'm so sorry. I mean, you know, it's like, because you have respect for that person, right? You loved that person. You didn't want to lose that person. Like, oh my God. I'm so sorry, friend. GA64 says America's Most Wanted failed at investigating Sebastian's case, in my opinion. Absolutely. And I hate to say it, but like, so did the panelists. Because they would have known, they would have caught that there was that the end of the lights video was cut off. You know, they would have known that Sebastian didn't go out and that there wasn't any evidence that he did leave, you know, because it wasn't caught on any of the cameras. There was nothing tampered with in the home, you know, in terms of windows and doors and different things, you know, like we saw in Elizabeth Smart's case. You know, and I understand that, you know, part of her agenda may have been to also, you know, tell her story of survival, but that's not what happened to Sebastian. There was no window cut open. There was no evidence that he left willingly or with someone else. What there was evidence of is the lights, right? The light video where we see Katie or someone coming from the house and then someone going back to the house. And if there was only Katie in the house, again, Deanna says my sons are 47 and 44 and I still have all the rewards, report cards, etc. Yeah, I'm really one to keep all of that too. Absolutely, Deanna. And you know, it's just something to be proud of, right? Something for them to show their kids. Absolutely. And it shows who they were in their life, right? So like if they played an instrument, or if they were involved in, the student council or something like that. My daughter was in student council, and she played an instrument. So, I'm using ones from my daughter, but absolutely, I hold all of that very dear to me. Pictures of her holding up awards, and yeah, we're so proud of them, right? But Katie couldn't even take herself away from the Harley store to accept an award for her son on his behalf. I would never miss something like that. Never. You couldn't pay me to miss something like that, because I'm just a plain right away. Seclusion Work says the children refuse to open them up. They even put her Audi in storage and still drive it once a month. Yeah, see, and her children honor her as well. Like, that's what we do when we love each other, right? When we love somebody. You don't get rid of their things if you love them. I'm sorry. And I understand maybe some people, it is hard for them to see, but if they truly don't know what happened to Sebastian, then they wouldn't have taken all of his things out of his room. And if that's a lie, then I want proof that, because why else wouldn't they do the interview at their house? They let Olivia come to the house from Chronicles of Olivia. But why not America's Most Wanted? It's because you guys took his room apart, didn't you? What'd you do with his stuff? Put it in the storage? That's piss poor right there, guys. I'm sorry. Hindsight says Little Miss Sharon, her watch was back on her wrist last June of 2024. Yes, when they went to the Mexican restaurant with her and Faith. Yeah, hindsight. Unknown what was determined or if it was new or the same, but it was present. Yeah, that's my opinion too. I mean, I don't know if that was the same one from the Texas Roadhouse or if she had a replacement. I don't know if law enforcement has like the original one and she did have to get a new one. you know. Oh, okay. Little Miss Sharon says, the streets are saying, yes, there was activity at 3 a.m. and I have heard it was fake. Good evening, Carla. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hindsight says, in my opinion, until I have confirmation of the research, it remains a question for me until known, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm like that too, Hindsight. I am not quick to believe things right off the bat, right? Until I can see it myself and I can verify it, because, and I think that's a really good practice. I do, because there's too many people that do that out there, and I mean, it doesn't help for us all to get the wrong information again. That's a good question. Wild Wolf says, can Nina go to tribal court and try to get like supervised visitation if Faith and the lawyers are not helping? In my opinion, just need to keep the kids safe, is my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Wild Wolf. I agree. And, I'm surprised that the tribe hasn't gotten involved. I am. I am very surprised about that, because usually that will take precedence over, but I just don't have enough knowledge about, what Nina has had to go through. It's my opinion that if you are able to kind of corroborate the way maybe Faith feels with a counselor, the counselor can tell the court their findings or what they think professionally. But again, I can't believe they're allowing for this. Especially after hearing some of the nasty things that he said. Yeah, no, I agree, Babs. I agree. yeah, my opinion or like my opinion or not, Elizabeth Spart had no reason to, again, to bring her situation to the media. It's done. She survived more than likely. Most do not. Well, I agree. And it just doesn't fit here, right? If she would have done the research, Babs, she would have known that. She would have known to kind of not bring her situation into it. Because the only way that I would bring my trauma or my situation into it is that if it was a similar case, right? Or if it was somewhat matching, right? Like, okay, there was a window cut, like that happened to me, right? But she had no business. She had no reason. And I agree. It was like, I have not watched America's Most Wanted since then. I am disgusted by them. To be honest, I'm completely disgusted. And I thought they actually helped kids. I thought, John Walsh, obviously his son Adam, again, is the reason why he decided, to not sit in his grief and to do something to help, right? So, but their producers or whoever, yeah, they're trash, in my opinion. Total trash. I mean, how you can take viable information out of an episode about a missing child and basically lie to the public. I have no respect for America's Most Wanted. You know what I mean? I have zero respect for them. I think they have some redemption that needs to happen. And that's my opinion, Again, I don't not like John Walsh. I think, he's a good man, but he done messed up on that one, or his producers did. So, because to me, to do that to a child, I don't know, makes me want to write him a letter. Or his son, maybe that'll get to him. And Seth goes on. He says that there's been tips that have come in, and that he's had to follow up on a couple out of Virginia and then some out of Arizona. He says that he's been working hard to run down the tips that he receives, and then he also says that Katie doesn't seem to care what happened to her son. The mother of my son doesn't seem to care what happened to him. I mean, again, and then people want to be upset with him for saying that when it's the absolute God's honest truth. The absolute God's honest truth. If he said that Katie cares about Sebastian and where he is, he'd be a liar. So you're literally throwing tomatoes at this man for telling the truth. And I swear, if I even see anybody ask where Tony is, I mean, when Tony's there, you guys say Seth's not a real man for, not standing up, right? By himself. But this time he gets up there and he fires up alive by himself. And people are like, where's Tony? Really? I thought you guys said he's not man enough to come up here by himself. But now he's coming up here by himself. And now you're asking, where's Tony? So he's damned if he does, and he's damned if he doesn't, right? Oh, and then he's faking, or whatever they say, and it's absolutely crazy. So yeah, no, I agree with him 100%. Katie doesn't seem to care. That's why I got her wearing the Minnie Mouse. I think it's over here. The Minnie Mouse, Yeah, she looks like a damn fool. And there's Chris right next to her. What else did Seth say here? I have something else written down. Oh, yes. Probably one of the most saddest concepts in his life was him saying that I really hope that Sebastian knows that I'm doing everything that I can to find him. And that people don't forget about him. You heartless bastards. Okay? That's all I gotta say. Heartless. Hateful. Ignorant. Cinderella says CP doesn't have anyone to pick on now. I wouldn't be surprised if he scares her on purpose. Well, traveling with a narcissist, guys, and he's going to be complaining about how much he spent the whole time like, oh, I paid for this, I paid for that. He's going to be in a miserable mood because he's going to have to come up out of his pocket for everything. And that place is not cheap. That place is not cheap. So, Adam Forever 21, good to see you. Thank you for being here. If a large amount of large news media has put Sebastian's story out there and told how Sumner County is lagging on the job, could that bring enough pressure to get new law enforcement on the case? You know, I think so, possibly, Linda. I mean, anything's possible. Public pressure has, I mean, we really have a lot more pull than we think we do, right? We really do. I absolutely think that we could do that together. And I mean, that's why I'm really pushing for us to, you know, reach out to the FBI, reach out to these other people, right? Just people in general, letting people know this little boy's still missing. He's out there somewhere, you know, and spreading that awareness. Absolutely. But public pressure, yeah, we have a lot more pull than we think we do, you know. Evil begets evil. That's true, Babs. Very true. Very true. Well, I feel like, you know, Adam Forever 21 says, I'm pretty sure Ellie is violating Seth's judicial and constitutional rights. You know, I just think that they've been incredibly dishonest with him, and there's no good reason why he should believe anything that comes out of their mouths, because they lied. They lied their asses off to him. And, you know, I don't believe anything they say. I don't. I mean, you know, they didn't, you know. Little Miss Sharon says, Lady Freedom, I totally agree with you on America's Most Wanted. Didn't do good enough. Yeah. No, they didn't. They didn't. And I just, for the life of me, can't figure out, like, why? Was that a stipulation from the Proud Pete? Like, we're not going to come on the show if you show that whole lights video? Because it absolutely makes Katie look guilty as hell. I mean, Shadow says, how did they lie? Must have missed that. I'm sorry, Shadow. I might have missed a comment. If you're talking about law enforcement, you know, them telling us that was a trash truck. I know it wasn't the trash truck, right? So that right there was, I think, the first lie that they told, if I can remember correctly. But if that's what I'm not sure if that's what you were referring to. All right, guys, I'm gonna play this next clip here. So just bear with me here. Okay, yes.
I mean, you kind of start putting everything into perspective, and it's like taking my truck in for a service on an oil change, and I'm like, dang, supposed to get an oil change every, like, you know, 5,000 miles, and it's already been 5,000 miles, and another 5,000 miles, and another 5,000 miles, and the next thing you know, you've done put, you know, 20,000 miles on your vehicle, and you're like, didn't realize I'd been on the road that much. Didn't realize that tracking down tips takes so much. And it really, so besides the fact that that's my son, besides the fact that my profession has been affected by this, I just, there's not enough people in this world that have the job title in these law enforcement agencies that actually care about the children. You know, I believe he said it well when he wrote that song, and said it, when are, you know, these politicians going to start caring about minors other than minors on an island somewhere? You know, my son is a minor. There's been so many missing children. and I have personal views on these stupid politics, really affects me. Everybody's up in arms about ICE, this, ICE, that. But nobody wants to, state the fact that, they just rescued 8 children in Southern California. They rescued 8 children. Florida, they turned around and had an operation there, rescued children. Contacted Jacksonville, Florida to find out if my son was in that group. And the detective in Jacksonville, Florida was, you'll need to contact the detective in charge of the case to get any information. I'm like, this is my son. I'm just wanting to know if you found him. Obviously, Sumner County didn't contact me, but I'm pretty sure Sumner County didn't give a rat's ass about my son anyways, because that's what they've done. Jack and Lily in another country had 11 detectives on it. In this county, when my son goes missing, we're going to give you 1. Well, Mr. Brandon Carter, just remember, I have all the text messages that state that you were in court this day or you're on vacation this day and all that sort of stuff. And understand that anything you said to me is a lie. I don't trust you as much as I could throw you. And the thing is I wouldn't touch you. You get to go home to your kids. I'm at home. My kid isn't here. But anyways, they still sleep good at night. But I've seen some of the stuff going around. I started this page so that I could keep everybody up to date with some of the stuff that I could let you know that was going on. I want you to know that I'm still tracking down every tip that comes in, either at night, my own PIs that have the tip line set up. Any of these tips that come in, I'm tracking down. I'm working behind the scenes. I appreciate people wanting to start petitions, but a lot of the times I've already got the petition started, and just, if you start another petition, it takes away from the people it takes away from the petition that I started. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that. And I need everybody to be on the same page. And finding Sebastian, I just do.
Okay, guys. So, Seth needs everybody to help him with his petition. Now, he has had a petition out since, I want to say, April of 2024. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's about the time that he put out his petition through change.org. Again, please go to Seth's page and find it there in his posts, or you can go to my page and you can find it in my posts. Recently, I reposted it, so you won't have to look too far in the feed. But, he needs everybody to kind of support what he's doing, right? Don't start your own petition. Support Seth, right? And I know that that's difficult, especially in this climate where people really care more about getting recognized for doing a good deed than just doing the good deed and being happy with that feeling. For some reason, people need to be recognized and patted on the back and, ooh, woohoo, look at you. No, it's not about that. It's about signing the petition that his father made, and not about you getting recognition for you starting your own petition. It's counterproductive to what he's doing. That's the simplest way I can put it, and I'm not trying to piss anybody off. I'm not trying to say, oh, you're a bad person because you're starting a petition. But listen to what Seth is saying here. You're working against him, right? And he needs everyone to be on the same page Because if there's multiple petitions, let's just put it this way, and there's 50 signatures over here and 100 signatures over here and, 2,000 over here, those are taking away from his petition, right? And it's unnecessary. And I know that everybody wants to do something, but write the letters, guys. Get a hold of Dan Bongino. Again, get a hold of this guy on X. He is the assistant to Kash Patel, who is the director of the FBI. Get a hold of Kash. Let him know what's going on here. They need to be made aware. There's strength in numbers. Again, like the title of my last video, you could point a finger and you could say, oh, well, you're doing this, you're doing that. Look at this person and look at that person. You can blame all day long, but that's not helping to find Sebastian. If we unite all of the fingers together, we are mighty, right? We can get things done. This isn't a one-man show. Again, Murder, She Wrote, all of those shows, Matlock, whatever you want to call them, all of the ones where, you have this one really cool detective, right? No, it doesn't work that way. Everybody works together for a common goal. There's not just one magic person that gets every single case right and solves every single case. No, if that was how it worked, then that person would be exhausted and working every single case that came along, right? There's strength in numbers. And it's not about an individual. It's about what we can do together. So we got Seth spending time on the road and tracking down tips, and he's having to get multiple oil changes, he says, because he's on the road so much, and again, I just think that is wonderful, right? But I think it's also sad that he has to track these tips down, for his son. The politicians are not worried about the kids. And I agree. I mean, they say they are to get elected. But then what happens, right? So Seth kind of goes into some operations. Now, I know Grady Judd down here in Lakeland, Florida, I believe, he absolutely, Polk County Sheriff, they absolutely do sting operations all the time, and they rescue children, or they'll bust like a big pedo ring or something like that, right? They do it all the time. I guess there were 8 children that were rescued in SoCal, right? Southern California. Seth contacted Jacksonville, Florida to ask about what was going on, right? And was possibly my son part of the group of children that you found? And, he was told that they couldn't give him any information, and I just can't imagine that. That has to be so tough that you're like, okay, maybe, my son was found. Let me go check this out. I mean, he's looking at these other big operations thinking maybe my son was part of this, right? I mean, we don't know at this point. And it's very difficult, I bet, to be on the phone and to hear that law enforcement isn't going to give you the information that you need. I mean, that you desperately are asking for. Again, to say I'm disappointed would be an understatement. Because, you could show a little bit of compassion for a father who's missing his son, but they don't seem to have that, and Seth is upset. He sounded upset that Jack and Lily have 11 detectives working their case and Sebastian only has 1. If you're a parent and you're missing your child and you're looking at that, and I mean, any of us would be upset about that, right? Because you'd want your child to have 11 detectives. You would want everybody, all hands on deck, right? So he goes into Brandon Carter. He says he does not trust Brandon Carter as far as he can throw him, and I don't either, to be quite honest. Uh, Brandon Carter is supposed to be the detective on the case, right? He's supposed to only be working Sebastian's case, but then Seth is like, he's got court this day and he does this day, and then he's on vacation, and it just doesn't seem like there's any time for Sebastian, carved out. And I'd have to agree. If you have no evidence and you've been working this case for a year and a half, like, maybe you should get a new job. Because you're absolutely not doing your job. Absolutely not, And Seth just wants us to know that he is tracking down all of these leads, and I believe him. I do. And it's unfortunate that he has to do that, in my opinion. Hey, Kathy Barlow, good to see you. Oh, thank you, Hindsight, for dropping that, the link to the flyers. Thank you. Yeah, and then, it's so easy, guys. That is such a great idea, right? You just, send it over and be like, hey, chain letter style, right? Send this, could you please send this over to 10 people that and ask them to send it to 10 people, and pick the best 10 people in your phone book, make sure it's somebody that that cares and that would do that for you, that would do that for a child. So that's what is important. Yeah, it should be I'm thinking it should be a printable flyer. Yes, I think it is. Cinderella said they know, trust me. I have signed all of the petitions. No one was trying to hurt Seth, in my opinion, just me. Yeah, no, and that's good. And see, Cinderella, I love people like you who would go and sign every single petition. I would do the same thing, honestly, but I didn't think of it like that until Seth said something, and I'm like, it would take away from his petition, right? Take signatures away from his if people are going over and signing different petitions. But I'm the same way. I would I would definitely sign all of them. It doesn't hurt, Hey, Canadian True Crime, good to see you. Good to see you. It was also the last days of the month when CP was going to be allowed to come back home due to CPS, in my opinion. Oh, I think CPS has a big correlation to what happened here. I absolutely do. I think that, it was definitely the catalyst. And then Chris saying, how Sebastian just wanted him out of his home. He thought he was going to get me kicked out of my home. No, he didn't. He didn't want you kicked out, Chris. He wanted you to stop abusing him. Period. End of story. He just wanted you to stop. It's just like anybody that's being abused. They want it to stop. They don't want to see harm come to the person. Most of the time, they just want it to stop. Okay, guys, so let's watch this next clip.
I am working on Sebastian's Law. I told you all I was working on that. I'm working on it. It's to be a federal law so that it oversees state law. So that way we can actually do something for our children. They're the ones that are going to be taking care of our country, our world, us. Without the children, there's nothing. There will be nothing. If we're not doing this stuff to take care of our children and to protect them from the evil that is out here, then evil's going to run rampant. And it's just not. It's not how it needs to go. We should be protecting our children at all costs. As somebody I listen to every once in a while, you know, for those that hurt children, wood chipper. Start with the ankles first, wood chipper. I'm angry, frustrated, I'm tired, and it's just, it never ends. And every time I turn on the news or anything of the sort, I just see that there's more and more missing children. Lord help me. They find them, it's the best thing in the world for their parents, because I'm still waiting for mine to be found. It's hard to realize that it's been over a year. It won't be much longer, and Sebastian will turn 17. It's not like I took a week and a half and went with somebody else's child down to Florida to go visit Disney, you know, like some other parent that's not a parent did. I hope they're enjoying their ice cream right now. Just in case you think that I don't know what the fuck what you're doing, understand that I got people that let me know what you two are doing. My court's coming up. Are you both going to be there? Is your mama going to breastfeed you onto the court too? Because I'm over your BS. You're nasty. You're disgusting. You don't deserve to be around children. I mean, to tell me that you were going to kick my son out of your house and that maybe he was just going to prove you wrong on that he could live without being underneath your roof is some BS, dude. You should never have said that to my son. You have no right to my son. And I tell you what, the way it's going, Katie, you don't have a right to a child either. I don't know what happened to you. You were not the person I married. You're not even the person I divorced. But if your significant other that you decide to bring into your child's life can't deal with your children, they're not worth your time either. That goes for anybody. If you ever bring somebody else into your life when you have children, you better think about your children first, because they're your children. They deserve everything. And your significant other that you're bringing in, unless they're going to sit there and take care of those children and treat them like their own and have understanding and know how to help them develop, it just does your children even worse. I still, like I said, need people to be handing out flyers and stuff. I need more tips coming in. I need more eyeballs looking for Sebastian.
Okay, guys. So a lot to unpack in that clip, right? You know, again, hey, Melody Taylor, good to see you. Just so much in that clip. First of all, Seth is trying to get a law passed on a federal level, Sebastian's law, and he's doing it for children. We have seen many parents advocate in this way for other children. We also see it in Crystal McCrory Jones's case with her sister advocating for change, because she can't bring her sister back, but what she can do is help others. And so that's what she chooses to do with her time. Why Chris and Katie have not done this same thing is beyond me. It's beyond me. And it's because they have guilty knowledge, in my opinion. I agree with Seth. The children are our future, and we must protect them at all costs. We cannot allow for this, right? But the problem is, in these cases, is that the parents are involved, right? So that's our first problem. That's our first problem. I would like to see a parent that had their children in their care the last time that they had the child was in their care. I think that you should sit in a jail cell until you're ready to tell the truth. That's my opinion. If you're not willing to tell the truth and you're not willing to help find your child, then you should be sitting in jail, because that means that you have guilty knowledge, in my opinion. And maybe then you'll start talking. You know, because in my opinion, you know, Seth says that the wood chipper would be a good place for people who hurt children. I'd feel sorry for the wood chipper that they had to even touch those scum bums. And that's how I feel. I feel like that they're the scum of the earth when you can hurt a child, and especially your own child. Because again, how is Nina supposed to think that Katie wouldn't hurt Faith when she hurt her own child, in my opinion? Because that would be extra terrifying, especially knowing the level of hatred that Katie has for Nina, that she would film her while she is doing a custody handoff, right? While they're taunting her, and Katie's there filming it and laughing. I wouldn't trust her around my child. Hell no. No, I'd have to be a fool. And then Seth says something about how Chris said that he was going to kick Sebastian out, which I found that was interesting. You know, and then of course he goes into, if there's people out there listening, his advice would be to think about your children when you're bringing someone else into the picture, right? So if you're dating someone and they don't like your kids, that's probably a good time to get rid of that person, right? I understand that these people put on a show. You meet their representative at first. You don't meet the real person, unfortunately. But at some point, when you get that little inkling that this person doesn't like your child, or even they roll their eyes at your child or something, I don't care. They look at them sideways. They look at them wrong. You know, that's the time to really reevaluate who you're with, and put your children first, right? Think about how it would feel if you were a little child living in a household where somebody didn't like you and you had to feel uncomfortable, right? Sorry guys, I just have to plug this into my soundboard. So, hey Gigi, good to see you. She says, I agree. Yeah, it's just, you just can't do it, because this is what happens. Kids end up unalived, kids end up missing, kids end up, whatever, sending them to a school, you know, sending them to boarding school. Like last time I checked, you know, that was something an evil stepmother does, Mr. Chris. So I guess Chris and Katie are spending a week and a half down at Disney, and Seth has court coming up, right, with this like crazy lady who was filming at one of the vigils, and she was asked not to film. And I watched the interaction between this lady and excuse me, not Seth, but the people who were behind the tables where they had shirts, because this was the vigil where they had the Sebastian t-shirts and a dinner for $25. So you paid the $25 and you got a t-shirt, and there was a vigil for Sebastian, and then that was part of giving that $25. Well, the lady went up there like a rude, ignorant asshole that she is, and was like, well, when is the dinner, and where did I get this shirt? And the lady was like being very kind to her, and she's like, oh yeah, sweetie, here's your shirt, what size do you need? And then this lady's like, well, when's the dinner? It's like, could you just like go someplace else? Like, what are you doing there? And stop filming. If they ask you not to film, don't film. But she's like suing Seth now, and Chris and Katie were at court the last time, but they couldn't show up to the vigil, but they could show up to court. Same thing goes for Mama Bowersox. You can show up to court, but you can't show up for a vigil. You sick, twisted fucks. I mean, I'm sorry. Anybody that thinks that's normal, you need to get a fucking clue. Because it's not normal, and there's something very, very wrong there. Yeah, Carla says, it's like the jobs I did. They had to have a badge to open the security gate to get into the job site. And, those are the things that are very easy to show people that you weren't involved, or this is what I was doing, right? An alibi is easy. If you absolutely had nothing to do with it, then it should be really simple, right? It should just be like, yeah, I was at work and here's my time card. Yeah, I was at work and here's me on, the video at work. Bab says it was disputed that Chris was on the job site that morning when he was relieved because he was behaving irrationally. Yeah, they had said that, he had showed up, that he was in a really bad mood, and that he had a poor attitude, so they let him go. Like, they told him to leave, which is odd, right? Again, I would not have stuck around at work if I was 3.5 hours away and my stepson went missing. My ass would have been driving there so fast that I may have gotten pulled over, because I would be absolutely beside myself. I would want to get to my spouse as quick as I can so I could at least give them a hug and be there to hold their hand. At the very friggin' least. At the very least. And another thing, I would feel terrible if my son went missing under my watch. I wouldn't be acting a fool like Katie. She looks like a damn fool. And that wasn't the only, ha 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 moment in that interview. I have ones where she's doing like, she's a psycho. This woman is a psycho. I'm sorry. There's something wrong with her. There is something absolutely wrong with her. When you're going to make these weird faces and do these weird things and, green tea. No, you're messed up. You are so messed up, and nobody thinks you're normal. Like, I don't even know that I could sit there with a straight face if I was Holly Thompson, the reporter that did this interview with them. I'd be looking at her like she was freaking nuts. And then I might even, see if she needs some mental health services afterwards. And it's not because her son's missing. It's because she's, twacked out of her gourd. I mean, who acts like that? And then how do you act like that is normal? Sitting there. Like, oh yeah, that's normal. That's a normal way to act. No, nobody does. Nobody thinks that is normal. The only people who think that is normal are the trolls. Because, again, they're sick in the head. Bab says, Carla, but no, he didn't have to clock in at any point. He simply had to show up on the job and fill in the time card. He's contracted. Yeah. But I mean, there's several people that could have given him, an alibi. I mean, there's several people at the job. So, but yeah, that his job's a little bit different than Seth's, right? Because he doesn't have to go through all of those doors. And yeah, we know he wasn't there at 5:30, Carla. Absolutely. Yeah, we know he wasn't there at 5:30. because the job didn't even start until 7. That's another inconsistency, another bold-faced lie. You know, it's very simple. If you start work every day at the same time, then there's no question. You know, some people do get to the job early, but an hour and a half early? I don't think so. No way. No, Melody Taylor says, I thought that the bio parent could call on the marshals to take over this case. No, unfortunately, since Sumner County Sheriff's Office has jurisdiction, they are the ones that would need to call in reinforcements from other agencies, and they just simply will not do it. You know. Yeah, there you go, Babs. Thanks. Yeah, exactly, Carla. He wasn't on the job site at 5:30. Safety meeting didn't begin until 7. Yeah, so how was he up in the crane, taking a call from Katie in this earbud and taking orders and operating the crane? No, they weren't operating at that time. So again, another lie. You know, I mean, it just goes on and on. These very, very simple things, and he comes up with an elaborate lie. It's not even just like, yeah, I was up in the crane. He tells Holly Thompson, like, oh yeah, I have this earbud over here, and this does this, and then this one in here, and this is what happened. Bull crap, you know. Yeah, the first lie was Sebastian walking out of the door. Absolutely, little Miss Sharon. That was the first thing, you know. And they also lied to law enforcement about what Sebastian was wearing. Because first they told law enforcement he was wearing all black. Well, last time I checked, white stripes down the side of his pants is not all black. It's quite the opposite. It's white. Quite the opposite, right? And then they changed it from, you know, a sweatshirt to a long sleeve black shirt. Kai says, good to see you. Kai says, I just want to thank you, lady, for continuing to speak on Sebastian and bring awareness about sweet Sebastian. Aw, thank you. Yeah, I'm not feeling well, so I've been laying in bed listening. Thank you. We all appreciate you. Aw, thank you so much for that comment. That's so sweet. Yeah, it's the least I can do. It's the least I can do. You know, because I have so many questions. And again, I've been working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes because I just want to make sure that when I'm piecing it together, it makes sense. But I mean, it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. It's terrible. And, you know, I'm really grateful to all the other great creators that are out there talking about Sebastian too, you know. We have to help Seth out, you know, with awareness. Carla says, Babs, correct. You have a safety meeting every day before you report to your job. Ours was always at 5:30. Yeah, Gigi, salty Gigi. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Abuse, you know. Little Miss Sharon, in my opinion, it goes further back than that, I'm sure. Says hindsight. Yeah, if Chris Clockton wears his time card, that's all he would have to show us. He'd be like, that's where I was, you know? I mean, it's not hard. Absolutely, Brenda. Thank you for being here. Brenda says, thanks for continuing to cover Sebastian's case. Absolutely. I'll never stop. You know, I did not hear the latest posts, Gigi. Even a temp job makes you sign in online or a card and get a signature proving you were there. There would have to be some sort of way to know whether somebody was at work or not, right? They're not just going to pay you. I mean, you know, that's my way of thinking. They're not just going to pay you for the 8 hours or whatever. You know, you'd have to clock in and out. And then some jobs, don't pay you for lunch, and you have to clock out for lunch and in for lunch again, right? Or breaks, they make you clock out for your break or whatever. I don't know. I've never been a crane operator, so don't ask me about how those guys live. You know what I mean? Carpenters is who, like my dad was a carpenter, foreman and things like that. But, there is something wrong with them. Little Miss Sharon says there's something wrong with CP and KB. I mean, she's like doing these and oh my gosh, she like, it's the weirdest thing ever. And then her slip up, like he would have turned, and then she's like, oh shit, like she basically said, oh shit, right in front of all of us. And I'm like, there's something wrong. There's something wrong there. Hey, Mark, good to see you. Yeah. Mark says 100% agree. Don't piss Katie off. Carla says Babs exactly, and don't piss off Katie. Well, she seems mean. You know what I mean? Like if I never saw the Texas Roadhouse video, I probably wouldn't think that, but when I see her interacting with Sebastian, the role, and you guys know how I feel about the role, I mean, that is messed up. You don't just tell your kids they can't have a complimentary role when they're out to dinner. Let them have it. Especially a boy. He's growing. He's not overweight. He's thin, as a matter of fact, If it was an issue of a child being overweight, I get that, because of course that's not healthy for them, and if they're eating too much biscuits and stuff and bread, it's like those are, carbs, and carbs are, the devil. But so I get it, I get that part. Or maybe you don't want them to spoil it, but, say, hold on a second, you can have another roll, like after you eat your food, that could be your treat or whatever after. But she didn't do that. She like basically was like, DMXing it, like growling, like, and he's like, ooh, and, took his hand away. She might as well slapped his hand. I mean, as fast as he pulled away from the basket of rolls, like, oh my gosh. And he was watching her, and that was another thing that was so mean, like watching her fix herself, slather on that butter, and then like she's eating it in front of him, like, oh no, you can't have any, and she grabbed two at once, like, Babs says, lady, I couldn't have kept my mouth shut. I said, are you high? What is wrong with you? Your son is missing. Exactly. I would have wondered too. Like, I would have been like, dang, whatever they're giving her, I mean, give me some of it. Shoot. She's absolutely giddy, like as if, and maybe she drank a little bit before that or something. I don't know. But like to be like, I mean, of course, if you're thinking back on a happy memory, you're going to smile, you're going to laugh maybe, but to that degree, like, weird, right? Weird. Thank you, Adam Forever 21 says, I post Sebastian's flyer weekly, praying for others to share it. Yeah, that's so great. Thank you for doing that. And that's all Seth was asking for us to do. It's the very least we can do, Thank you for doing that though, because it's very important. Kathy, good to see you, Kathy. Kathy says, in my opinion, St. Jude job site had a security guard at the gate. At least that was my understanding, and no one on that job site could begin work until 7 a.m. per Memphis City Ordinance. I looked it up. That's right. Great point. I forgot about that because people were looking that up, right? And I remember someone else, it might have even been you, Kathy, that said that before. That, yeah, and think about, all of the people like in the hospital that are sick and stuff like that. They're not going to want to be hearing all of that. So I can see that because, I don't remember too much, but I was my mom's caregiver, and I would stay with her in the hospital a lot. So sometimes they would bring me a tray for breakfast. So I think they have it pretty early in the morning, from what I remember. But it's been years. Oh, Little Miss Sharon says, Lady Freedom, you should do a live on the patterns of lies and Peter Hyatt's list of dangers Sebastian was in at that home. I think that's a great idea, Babs. Peter Hyatt he was absolutely spot on. Let me see if I can find that. Was it on a live stream that he did? Patterns of Lies. List of dangers. Yeah, because I mean the list of dangers is large in my opinion. It is. There's so many. Just walking on eggshells. Just walking on eggshells. Mark says that they most likely had a fast meeting at 7 a.m. for new crew to come in 5 to 10 minutes. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I mean, very possible. And usually the safety meetings aren't terribly long, I don't think, right? So yeah, 5 to 10 minutes I think would be sufficient. Again, I'm more of like the office meetings, that's what I've been involved in. So I'm not... Why is Dan Bongino going to resign, Adam Forever 21? I didn't hear that. I'm surprised because usually Fox News is the one I watch, so for the most part. Carbs and I have a love-hate relationship too, Meg. Me too. Like I'm the one telling myself don't grab another roll or biscuit, right? I mean, they're okay if you're like gonna exercise, I guess, but other than that, it's like gotta stay away from them. Well, and I'm not one for politics myself, but I do think that there are key to getting things done when it comes to cases like this. I mean, that's the only thing that we can do is ask our politicians to help us out. I mean, they're the ones that promise the world and, most of them don't deliver. So, but yeah, I'm not huge into politics. And I do try to watch both sides of the aisle too. So there are some more liberal stations that I tune into as well. I don't know why CP's job sites are so silent. I don't know, Little Miss Sharon. And that's what's crazy to me is that somebody other than that jackass that was, talking with Heather Cohen would have come out by now. And another thing too I was thinking on and discussing the last couple of days is that like Chris doesn't have anybody that has come out for him and been like, hey, I went to school with Chris and he was a good guy, or hey, I dated Chris back in the day and he always treated me like a gentleman would, or whatever. And like, you never hear that. It's like crickets, literally. And people have come out, and said things to the contrary, like that he wasn't a good person and that sort of thing. We still do need information from his job site. I agree. If it's demanded from Seth, then it should be demanded from this guy too. Absolutely. I agree. All right. So let's see. I think we're on. Yes. Okay. Here we go, guys.
I don't know if any of y'all remember playing telephone when you were younger, but I'm going to share the picture again on my YouTube page. And if, I ask people just to hand out 10 flyers. This time I'm going to ask people to take that picture that I put up there of Sebastian's latest. It's the link for this one right here, for this show. Sorry, my head is killing me. I mean, the storms today didn't help too much either. But take 10 people in your phone book and just send them the picture and ask them to spread it on to 10 more people. I just need more people to know that my son is missing. I need more people looking for him. I need more people to help me. You know, I see a lot of stuff. And a couple of the pages that I follow on YouTube, they're autistic people. Because they're the best people in the world. And I'll tell you right now, there is nothing like an autistic child. Their aspect on life, the view that they have, is so distinctive for each person that if you listen to it and you listen to another autistic child, they'll never have the same point of view. They never have the same scope of the same thing. They're looking at the same picture, but they all see something different. And I just want my son home. I'd like to be able to do the things that we were doing. I'd like to have a routine again in my life. But there is no routine without my son. Because he is my life. But I know that there's some people out there that are working on, they're telling people that they're working on Sebastian's law. Well, I'm working on Sebastian's law. I've got attorneys working on it. I've got other people that have been observed it, have read it. You know, if Chris and Katie are watching this, I don't care. I don't care if they're watching. I hope they are watching. I hope they are enjoying the misery that they're putting me through. Because as God is my witness, it will return sevenfold. I don't deserve this. Sebastian does not deserve this. And it will come back around. I'd say I'd love to be there for when karma smacks you in the face, both of you. But I don't care. I really don't. I just want my son. I want my son found, returned home to me so that he can continue on with his life, with how he's going to affect the world. You two don't deserve a child like Sebastian in your life. You guys don't deserve somebody else that's in your life right now. I feel so sorry for that female, that child. Pretty sure she wonders every day if she's gonna wake up and even be there or ever even get to talk to her mom again. You know, I know things on the inside of your house that you probably don't want me to know. But I tell you what, we all know that you didn't let a particular organization into your house for a reason. You already got rid of everything in his room, huh? Can't let, America's Most Wanted in the house. Not the last place he was supposedly at, right? But then again, there's no evidence he ever left the house. Is there evidence that he ever made it to the house from Texas Roadhouse?
Okay, guys, and that's another thing. I cannot believe that Katie is withholding from Seth. So, I mean, when he says, I hope you're enjoying the misery that you're putting me through, that's part of it. Katie can definitely give Seth the audio from her car that shows that he actually made it home, but she refuses to do so. as if she's holding it over his head, you know? Good to see you, Holly S. And good to see you, Kiki. Thanks for being here. So, yeah, I mean, just absolutely crazy, right? Because, you know, Seth is sitting here wondering, did Sebastian ever make it home? Did Sebastian even make it home from the roadhouse? Because there's no evidence that he left the home. So, of course, that would make me wonder that same thing, you know? And it does make me wonder that same thing, because I'm still not clear on that either. I'm still not clear on whether he even made it home. And the one person that can verify that for us is Katie, but she's choosing not to. So I do think it's sick that she's holding that over Seth's head. You know, and Seth goes into how there's nothing like an autistic child because they're so unique and all of their qualities are very distinctive to themselves and who they are, you know, and I agree. I agree. And I don't think that Faith or Sebastian deserves to have to be around Chris and Katie, you know. And Seth just keeps saying, you know, I just want my son home. That there is no routine without my son because my son is my life and I just need him to be home. I just want to find my son, he says, so he can go on with his life. Speaking of Sebastian, so Sebastian can go on to do the things that he was meant to do, to serve his purpose in this world, to be a good person in this world, and to make a difference in this world. So Sebastian can live. You know, Seth basically says that he knows what the inside of the house now looks like. And he's alleging that Chris and Katie got rid of everything out of Sebastian's room. Now, if Faith has been there as long as she had been last year, which is safe to probably say because most of the time parenting schedules are kept pretty consistent, right? For the best interest of the children. And so you can plan for things like Disney or whatever, because I'm not saying that's odd that they took her there. I'm not. But I think it's safe to say that Faith has probably been there in the month of June. And when she got there, I'm sure one of the first phone calls that she had with her mother, she let her know that Sebastian's room was not the way that she remembers it being when she last was there. I'm sure that was concerning for her, and I'm sure it was terrifying. Let's just be honest. And then Seth goes into America's Most Wanted and how they were not allowed in the house. So they did not show Sebastian's room. And he believes it's because, you know, Sebastian's room wasn't the way that he left it. I mean, they leave the home where Sebastian went missing from. They take the magnets off of the car that display Sebastian's missing information on them. And they did that back in March of last year. He went missing at the end of February. And they're taking the flyers down already off of their vehicles that are magnetized to stick to their vehicle, right? And then they throw out all of his things, or they got rid of them, or they put them in a storage or something, because they're no longer in his room, according to Seth. I mean, who does that? Hey, Cakes Boo, good to see you. Yeah. Hey, Mama Dukes. It's absolutely crazy to even think for 1 second that is normal behavior from parents of a missing child, you know? Mama Duke says, Mark Klein, I agree. Chris was not a contractor. A contractor is the person or company that hires the employees. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He was the one he would have been the one contracted, right? I hope I said that right. Okay, yeah. Mark says it would be in the operators union, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know how big the unions are with the crane operators, but like my dad was a union carpenter. So, and that's the way to go. I mean, you get the best benefits and all of that way. Um, Kathy says, in my opinion, CP worked for a company out of state, but can't remember what state the company is in. Thanks, Kathy. Yeah, that makes sense. We can only hope that her mom has taught Faith to be cautious, that she is a way to communicate with her, and LE if she feels she's in fear. I agree. I agree. And again, let's just be honest. You know, you could put a narcissist at Disney and they're going to find a reason to bitch and complain and make everybody's time there very miserable. You know, so was CP working for a company or was he self-contracted? Just curious. I believe it was a company. I believe he worked for a company. Yeah, like not really um, like an independent contractor or anything like that. Um, Oh yeah, Babs says he is a contracted worker. Thank you, Babs. CP and KP are sadistic. CP stalked and called CPS on Nina constantly. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And she's a good mother, you guys. I'm gonna tell you. I'm not gonna say how I know that. I don't speak to Nina personally or anything like that. But I've done my own research, and you know she is a very good mother, in my opinion. You know, none of us are perfect parents. I'm not saying that she is. I'm not saying that Seth is a perfect parent at all. But what I'm saying is that we do the best we can. And if we're keeping our children's best interests at heart, we love them. And, you know, like he says, I just want to find my son. I need him. He's my life. That's a good parent, in my opinion. A bad parent leaves their child. A bad parent doesn't put a green light bulb in for her child. A bad parent doesn't put a ribbon around the tree hoping that he'll come home. So that's my frame of reference. Mama Duke says the union puts the workers on the job. Oh, that's a good point. Mark says their hard hats would have a sticker on it saying which company that they work for. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. Kate Spoo says, I'll never understand. I've never understood why. Yeah, and it's so hard to understand, you know. And there, you know, there's a part coming up here that we'll watch, and the only thing that I can really disagree with Seth on in the entire live of what he was saying, and it's not even to be oppositional or to disagree with something, but I think it's extremely difficult because he's like, some people are so dumb, and I'm like, yeah, I know, I understand that, but it's very difficult because a lot of us are just running off of, you know, the information that we can find online because law enforcement hasn't done anything to help us understand better what's going on. You know, they don't want us involved in it. So it makes it really hard for any of us to have the correct information. I mean, I'm going to get it wrong a lot of times. As a matter of fact, I think on my last live I misspoke and called John Isbell the governor, but he's the mayor. So it just happens. And in this case, it's like, it's actually, you know, been designed, like the distractions are put in there, in my opinion, to distract from the case, you know. Bab says, I think they will treat Faith completely differently than Sebastian was because he wasn't CP's child, and CP only wants Faith around to hurt Nina and impress mommy dearest. Fake, they're sick family. Yeah, I agree. I agree. You know, do I think that he's going to hurt Faith? I would really hope not, but I don't know. He's just very unpredictable. What if Faith says something he doesn't like and he backhands her? He had no problem doing that to a child who had braces and she cut her mouth. You know? Yeah, exactly. Little Miss Sharon says we all saw America's Most Wanted did not show KP and CP in their house or Sebastian's house where he lived. Yeah, we all knew that, right? But like many people wouldn't watching it for the first time. You know, they would be like, I mean, obviously it's weird. I will say it is weird, and it would cause me to pause if I was watching it. Like, why are these parents in their kitchen playing with these like these little kid toys, you know? Like they showed them and they were like playing with the toys on the kitchen counter. And I would be thinking that's odd, right? Because why aren't you in his room? You know? But again, they don't know the whole story because America's Most Wanted didn't tell the whole story. Hindsight says, in my opinion, they know where he is and he is alive and are hoping to live their lives freely until he's 18, in my opinion. Yeah, you know, hindsight, I don't know. I am so stuck because I don't know. I mean, they obviously are having a good time without Sebastian, you know? I mean, I know that for sure. And they are living freely, like as if nothing happened, you know, which is very odd. And I really hope you're right. Um, Kiki says she feels the same. Yeah. Um, and you know, you guys could be right. I just don't even know. Because they would still get in trouble if they hid him out somewhere. And I do agree. Kiki says, in my opinion, CP and KP enjoy making Seth miserable. I agree. I agree. Absolutely. They wouldn't be doing it if that wasn't the case. You know, they would be transparent with him at least. Being transparent with us is one thing, but with the other parent of the missing child, you would think they could at least do that much and say, you know, look, here's the audio. He definitely made it home just so you can, you know, sleep a little bit better at night. But they're not giving him any type of grace like that. They're just not. They're being mean as hell. Bab says, I mean, holy hell, they brought Faith a puppy. They bought Faith a puppy last summer, but she couldn't take it home with her. Now they take her to Disney. Distract much? Well, absolutely. And that's the thing too. I was wondering if that was from last summer or if that was from this summer. So thank you for clarifying that. You know, you don't buy a child a dog when they don't live with you. It's just kind of, and especially when, I mean, it'd be different if it was like an every other weekend type of a thing, because then at least they would see their dog every other weekend. But you know, I mean, yeah, that to me is also just a way to try to make Faith want to live with them, right? Because she doesn't want to leave her dog, and then that's making her choose, right, between living with her dog that she loves or going back to her mom that she loves. It's sick. It's a disgusting mind fuck, in my opinion. Holly S says, in my opinion, he just love bombs Faith. Well, and he absolutely great point. Yeah, he's definitely showering her with gifts and, you know, taking her to Disney. And I'm not saying that, you know, that wouldn't be something that would be fun, right, for a little girl. And I'm also thinking that she's probably feeling more safe there than she does in that house. So those are the positives I can think of. But she will, Mark. Mark says Faith will have many questions in years to come. Yeah, I agree. You know, and God only knows what's going through her little mind having to be in that house. It's so sad. No, Mama Dukes, they didn't take Sebastian to Disney. And as a matter of fact, it's been alleged that Mama Bowersox took all the kids to Disney but didn't take Sebastian. I just couldn't sit there and have fun. My spouse would have to drag my ass and I would have to put on a smiley face and then I would cry in the bathroom by myself if it was me. Because I think I would try not to be selfish and I would go, but I would want their daughter to have a good time and I'd want to see her smiling and I want to see her having a great, you know, time at Disney. You know, but I would be a wreck. I would be a wreck. I would be a nervous wreck. being there and my son wasn't there, and then being so far away from where he went missing from. I just couldn't do it. And again, I would feel so bad if my son went missing from my care, that I would be at the mercy of my ex. I would, because I couldn't live with myself knowing that something happened to my son under my watch. I would not be a petulant asshole like Katie. I could never be that way. I would feel so guilty and so, I mean, even if I didn't even do anything, right? Even if I had nothing to do with it, it was still happened on my watch. And I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. And I certainly wouldn't be mad at other people for asking me questions. And I certainly wouldn't be trying to go after a YouTuber for covering my son. If he was missing, I'd want everybody covering my son. You know? So, all right, guys, let's watch this next clip here of Seth.
You guys have to live with it. I have to live with the fact of knowing that my son's not here where he should be. I have to live with the fact of knowing that I chose you to be his mother. And that's done nothing but bite me. Sebastian deserved a better mother than you did, Kitty. And all you did was give him the same type of mother you had. I do apologize for everybody in chat. I don't have any links or anything like that. Please, let's not have any arguments or fightings or anything in chat. It does not do anything. It does not do any good to be arguing or fighting in my chat. Most of this is either my opinion or what I need people to do. Hey, if people want to be a Katie supporter or a Chris supporter in my chat, I don't care. Those people, they're not worth it. They're not worth the sweat off my back, let alone to get aggravated or anything at them. It doesn't. They're just here to cause chaos and trauma, just like Chris and Katie were doing to my son. Maybe you should say that looking in the mirror. That's fine. Any of the mods, you can just block them from my channel. Tell them to go somewhere else. Then go back to the hate channels. I don't care about it. I just know that Chris and Katie aren't helping finding Sebastian. I need Sebastian's army to be helping me find Sebastian. I can't take them to court regarding CPS because it has to go through Sumner County. It has to go through Sumner County because I can't even put the CPS reports into a court hearing because I can't. You know, at the very beginning, it would have been really nice if Chris and Katie would have been on the same page of finding Sebastian, because that's all I cared about. It's still all I care about. When I find Sebastian, do you think I'm going to have any contact or conversation with those two? No. There's no reason to. No, I can't release the CPS reports. CPS has already informed my attorney that if I release them, that they will file charges for me releasing them. All it does is it If I were to release the CPS reports, I told you all, you guys wouldn't sleep either. It's releasing them won't do me any good. Releasing them won't do Sebastian any good. Just know that I've got other things besides the CPS reports that back stuff up. When I called them a psychopath on that court TV interview, I meant it. I meant it. The things that I have read, the things that I have observed, what I read in these reports, takes a lot for me not to be extremely, extremely mad. Yeah, call me Sean all you want. I don't care if y'all call me Sean. You're calling him, you're screaming somebody's name. You don't get it. I told you all, I'll take all the help I can to find my son.
Okay, guys. So, this is the second time. The first time Seth told us about the CPS reports, he said this very thing, right? He said that if we saw what was in the CPS reports, that we wouldn't be able to sleep at night. That's how bad it was. And then he reinforces it by saying, look, when I called them psychopaths, this is the reason why. And I can only imagine what's in those reports. Seth said that they can't be brought into a court hearing, nor can he release them, or they've threatened to file charges against him if he does release them, which, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me one bit, because for some reason, CPS likes to keep all of their shortcomings under wraps. They never want accountability. They never want anyone to know what really happened, especially when they screw up royally like they have here. So they don't want them out. They don't want them out. Seth says that he needs Sebastian's army to help find Sebastian because Chris and Katie are refusing to help find Sebastian. Sebastian deserves more. He deserves a better mother. And then, Seth apologizes, and he apologized, I think, like 3 times throughout this live. And, I was in the chat and I was just saying, please don't apologize. Thank you for being up here. Thank you for doing this. Because you're Sebastian's voice. And then you have the trolls coming in being just rude and hateful. Like, who does that? Who does that? Hey, Vic, good to see you. It makes absolutely no sense. Seth says these haters aren't worth it. They're just here to cause chaos. And I agree with him, and I think they should just go back to the hate channels. I don't know why they would come in there and do that. If I was to go to a mall here in Florida and I was to go around asking people what they thought of a father pouring his heart out, asking for help, trying to find his missing son, and people were coming in, making fun of him, calling him out of his name, saying rude things in the chat, not being helpful, all 20 people would probably say, this is wrong. And they would probably want to know more about it. Now, some people might not care. Some people might not want to hear about it. I understand that. It's awful. It's hard to get up here and talk about these things and not get completely pissed because there's no reason for it. For one, you don't have to click into this person's live. But if you're going to do that, could you just please sit on your hands? Could you please behave yourself? Because you'll look stupid. And don't even get me started about people going after another creator as soon as she comes into the chat and says hello. Hashtag get a life. Hashtag stop being an idiot. Hashtag grow up. Hashtag mind your own friggin' business. Because if you're not in there to support Seth, then you don't belong in there. And the fact that people are so bold as to show up in there and do those things and make fun of another creator in there, or make fun of Seth, or wait until he's done and fire up a live and say some rude ass shit about Seth and what he has to say. You are heartless. You are heartless. And Chris says, you know, once Sebastian's found, he has no need or reason to talk to Chris or Katie. You know, his goal is finding his son. He doesn't care about Chris and Katie, but I think it bothers him, in my opinion, from what I've watched here, that there's another child that is in their home, in their care. Because we all saw how well that worked out for him and his son. You know, they are subhuman, Holly S. Absolutely. Because who does that? You don't have any right to do that. Yeah, we have free speech, but you're not allowed to just go into people's chats and harass them like that. Oh, and if you're not having a good enough time harassing a father of a missing child, let's go harass somebody who covers the missing child, right? It's like some screwed up little initiation between these people. Hasty Taylor, it's like a gang. Yeah, Vic, mine too. My heart just breaks for Seth and Sebastian. Mine too. And it, you know, I don't see how it couldn't. How you could watch that and you know, think for 1 minute that it's okay. You know? Mark says, I hope Faith grows up and becomes a detective 100%. Yeah, I agree. And she very well might. She might decide, hey, you know, I'm going to help other people out because these detectives suck and they're not helping anybody. Hindsight says, in my opinion, neither one of them would be able to deal with the fact that he would rather be with Seth than them. The narcissist in them wouldn't permit it. They wanted this boy away to be trained not to love. Oh, I see hindsight. So you think like maybe they put him someplace where he's kind of, you know, maybe could be like brainwashed or something, or like some parental alienation. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I could definitely see that, you know. Arrest her dad, Carla. Well, and you know, it's got to make her feel weird that that her father and her stepmother have just taken all of his items out of the room and things like that. That has to be absolutely scary. I mean, I can't even imagine what I would be thinking as a child. And kids are so, like, I never underestimate kids because they are so intuitive. They're so, you know, they're like sponges, right? Like they absorb so much information and they're not stupid. You know, James Cooper, good to see you, James Cooper. He says, you know, I haven't heard anyone say how there could be a possible disappearing act with CP and KP and them taking Faith and leaving the country. And that's what I would worry about, in my opinion. Yeah, James, I did say that earlier in tonight's live. I was wondering because of, you know, being down in Florida, they would have, you know, access to many different places, right, if they wanted to leave. So that is scary, and that is something to worry about, in my opinion. Absolutely, James. Thank you. Yeah. And, you know, it's something to think about and consider. And I think it's plausible. I think, you know, if they were to get nervous or something like that, definitely. See, and I Carla, I know. That's what's terrible, is that they don't seem to want to do that. She says, Carla says those CPS reports should be given to Nina's judge, and then Faith wouldn't have to go. It is bullcrap that CPS does not turn them over if they are to protect kids. Absolutely. I agree 100% here. And there's no reason for it. There's no reason to put another child in danger, or even to make her feel like she may be in danger. Because that's how I would feel. I would feel like I was in danger if my brother went missing, my stepbrother. Um, yes, Vic, in hindsight, God sees all truths. Yeah, I agree. And there's nothing. I mean, that's just undeniable. There's nothing anybody could do about that. Kathy says, I have a question. I wonder if Seth could request change of venue and get it moved out of Sumner County. Does anyone know? In my opinion, I just think, from what I know about it, Sumner County would have to pull in the other. They would have to pull in another agency, since they have jurisdiction. No one can take jurisdiction from them, unfortunately, unless it was the FBI. But at that point, the federal crime would have had to have happened in order for them to take it over from them without being asked by Sumner County, is my understanding. GA64 says the trolls are CP and KP's minions, in my opinion. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and we've seen different cases where the parents didn't have the best, situation or relationship, and it changes things when your child goes missing, right? Because you have to work with that other person. But if that other person has guilty knowledge, or that other person did something to your child, then that's when you'll see things like this, right? Trolling someone's chat that is just trying to find his son. I'm sure Seth has many future things in mind on the legal front, but right now his only focus is finding Sebastian. I agree, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. And it's very easy for us to kind of sit back and be like, this is what he needs to do. This is what he needs to do. And I know that a lot of us are just trying to help and bring about some solutions or some ideas, or try to give advice. But it's very difficult in this situation, because CPS doesn't want their asses in trouble. They fired the lady who was on Sebastian's case. When Seth received these documents, that lady was fired a couple days before he received them, allegedly, according to Seth, right? Nasty, rotten, demented, no good bastards. Vic, well said. And I never get angry in other people's chats or say anything. If I don't agree with someone, I'm pretty quiet about it. I just kind of keep it to myself, and I'm like, I have a platform. But when they were doing that, it was like, I stuck up for the creator that was being trolled, and I stuck up for Seth. And I just couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself, because I couldn't. I just. It makes no sense to me why they would find that behavior acceptable, or any of that. Carla says, "Lady, they are all working for the devil. The devil is spreading on this earth. Look how many kids die every day from parents." Carla, it makes you wonder, right? It really does. It's like it's getting worse and worse. You're seeing all of these children just all of a sudden, poof, they're gone. Poof, they vanished. We don't know what happened to them. They went out the door, but we can't hear the door. The only door Sebastian could have went out was the front door. Well, there's a Ring camera that's pointing directly at that front door from across the street. So how can you say that? And I agree, Carla. It is very evil. Joseph Rapp, good to see you. Yes, I believe he is. I believe he is, you know, but, you know, it's very, very difficult when you have all of these trolls. Joseph Rapp says, is Tony still with Seth? You know, it's absolutely horrible that if you stand up with a father of a missing child, you will get threatened, harassed, stalked. You know, look at Joe Petito. Mr. Petito was going to go on Seth's live, and he was threatened that if he went, then they were going to do A, B, and C to the Gabby Petito Foundation and come after Mr. Petito for helping. Again, that's weird. Very weird. And there has to be someone that doesn't want Sebastian to be found if they're going to do that. You know, that's my opinion. So maybe Tony is doing what Dog is doing, in my opinion, you know, and kind of working with Seth behind the scenes. But I'm proud of Seth for getting up by himself, because at the end of the day, I don't want to hear from Tony. No offense, Tony. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not trying to be rude to you at all, sir. But I do. And because I even if Tony isn't in the picture anymore, which I don't believe that's the case, but even if he wasn't, he's done a lot for Seth and being a friend to him and being there for him. And so, you know, I don't have any ill intentions towards Tony, you know, not mad at him, you know, nothing but love. I mean, but he's going through a lot of that crap too, you know. I don't know why he even has rights to his daughter, Vic. I don't know, hon. It's absolutely ridiculous, you know. Oh, thank you, Kiki. Kiki says, hindsight, I contacted Knox Mayor today, told Sebastian's story what I could. Thank you for doing that, Kiki. That's awesome. We the people, right? We the people. We get together and we make those phone calls. You know, and I've been thinking about, you know, I don't think they would talk to me if I recorded it. If I told them, if I disclosed, like, this is a recorded line, I'm a YouTuber, da da da. But I thought about it, and I thought about maybe, you know, seeing if they would let me skate by with doing that. Or because I have to disclose that in the state where I live. Otherwise, I could be in trouble for recording a conversation, you know, without the other person's knowledge. Now, some of you guys live in states where you do not have to disclose that, and so you could, you know, make a phone call and it not be on, you know, and it be recorded and not tell them. So, but you know, I'd want to be fully transparent and let the person know also, especially that I'm going to play it on my show, or let them know that that's a possibility. But I would like to hear, you know, I would like you guys to hear like what a phone call would be like, right, to one of those places. So, or one of the people on the list. But if not, I'm still going to make the phone calls. And so I so appreciate you doing that, Kiki, because it is important. It is, you know. Hindsight says yes. But it's so frustrating to me when people are like, you know, yes, thank you, Hindsight. Joseph says, you know, it's frustrating to me, just, you know, and I said it earlier. It's like he's damned if he does and he's damned if he doesn't. Like, you know, they're like, the hate channels will be like, oh, Seth can't get up there by himself without Tony. Well, of course he can. Of course he can. But it's always nice to have somebody, you know, reinforcing that. And Seth is not the only person that has chosen to, you know, have the help of a spokesperson, excuse me. It's not as common, but it is something that's been done before. I mean, he's not, you know, reinventing the wheel here. It's you know, to help out. It's kind of like, you know, if you go to the doctor and you're sick, right? And if you're there by yourself and you're taking in all of this information, it's a lot harder to remember everything, right? But if you have someone with you that can listen to and, remind you after the fact, it's helpful. We need each other. We all need each other. We all need people, and sometimes you just need somebody there to hold your hand. Sometimes you need somebody to put their hand on your shoulder and let you know, hey, you're not alone. I'm here for you, So, because I wonder, I got so sad about this, and I'm just wondering to myself, I wonder when the last time somebody fixed Seth a hot meal, it makes me wonder. It breaks my heart. Because, he deserves to take care of himself as well, and maybe even have somebody who's kind enough to do that for him too. James Coover says, in my opinion, a huge gut feeling that we can expect CP being CP and doing what CP does, and that is taking faith and fleeing the country to where there is no extradition, and then what? But I truly believe that. Yeah, I mean, James, I'm with you on that. I am with you, and that would be one of my fears. I mean, absolutely. Especially because he's just taken her all over the place, and hopefully, and Seth says he's got eyes on them, and I hope that law enforcement has eyes on them too, because you know what, that's the last thing that we need is another missing child, or another child is hurt by the hands of this, these two monsters, in my opinion. Hey, couponing, good to see you. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and watch this next clip. Yeah, Disney in Florida is the one, because I know there's one in California as Disney Land, and I think this one is World. I don't know. I've never been to Disney before. I've never been to Disney before. Oh, Kathy says, lady, I meant to a different county as far as taking anything to court. I know Sumner County will probably never ask for any of their agencies to step in. It would make them look bad, in my opinion. Right. Okay, Kathy, thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. I don't know about a different county. Yeah, but I agree with you. If they were to do that, first of all, any detective worth his, worth the salary would say, what the heck did you guys do in the first couple of days here? Only operating off of one assumption. Like, who does that, right? That's you shot yourself in the foot. Holly S says, I feel like these weirdos will run off anyone who tries to support Seth. They do, Holly S. And that's the problem. I mean, and it's been going on like this, and people are, oh, that's not true. Well, bull crap, because some of us have been working on a list, okay, and it's quite long, of people who have been threatened, and people who have decided to flip over, and people who have decided this and that. It's unbelievable. It really is. Something is going on, and there has to be some sort of motivation to do this. Well, Vic, if I'm being honest, I think Julie Skolnick is what happened to Tony. Right? Because she went after him, and he kind of, said his piece and hasn't really talked since then. So that's my opinion, and she's another bully, and she's another one that does her initiations and shows them to everybody, so that way she can get her recognition, and, because you can't hang out with those idiots unless you do something stupid, or unless you're being hateful or rude or ignorant to other people. That's the only time they accept you. And they use you to do their dirty work. And then they sit back and laugh. It's like, oh, I'm not going to be involved. I don't have to be involved in it. They play each other for fools. I'm sorry. I don't do dirty work for nobody. Nobody. James Cooper says, yes, hindsight is, it was another channel that had said Disneyland, which was most likely a slip of the tongue, which I know can happen easily. Yeah, right. Disneyland, Disney World. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I heard it was down here in Florida. Sebastian Strong, Vic, and we have to represent Sebastian in a good way. They represent him in the worst way, and we need to represent him in a good way, you know? Yes, hindsight says yes, he needs all of the support he can have. That's right. And I appreciate voices of truth. Hindsight, you guys do a great job of awareness for Sebastian, always making it about Sebastian, you know? And those are the people we need. Joseph Rapp says, I was very content with Seth expressing himself in not always polite manner. I would have said even more. Hope Crispy was listening. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And he even says, he's like, I'm so mad. He's like, it makes me so mad to think of this. He's like, I have to contain myself. I give Seth a lot of credit because I'm going to tell you what I would have done if Proudfoot looked at me and said, hey, what are we going to do when this goes south? I would have decked him in the face, and then I would assume the position to get arrested. It would have been deck in the face, and then I would have turned around with my hands behind my back and say, take me to jail. Because you don't say that kind of crap to my face when my kid's missing from your care, but Seth has amazing restraint, because my little crazy ass would have been doing some crazy shit. Thanks, Andrea. Thanks for being here. Andrea says, new here, just listening, like your channel, no drama. Yeah, thank you. I don't like to keep the drama. It's just not worth it. Like Seth said, like I said something, and I think in the chat yesterday where it was, or I'm sorry, Sunday, where it's like, not worth the energy, the time, the breath, the air, none of it. So thanks, Andrea. Yeah. And you guys are always so kind in the chat. And, like I said before, on my last live, I was up here for like 8 hours. And I was exhausted. I don't know how people stay up there that long. But either way, I was so proud of you guys, because I thought, if people clip this and they pull up the chat and they're playing it next to, their chat of hate, it's going to make all of us look like, like we got hearts of gold over here compared to what they're writing and what they're putting in. C. Taylor says, Tennessee is a one-party consent state. However, you can't record conversation that you are not a part of, like a wiretap, unless you obtain advance consent from one of its participants. Oh, gotcha. Okay, thanks, C. Taylor. I was wondering about that because, it would be just interesting to play the call, right? And I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. I just would like for you guys to hear my call. So we can discuss it, and kind of show, like some people might be a little bit apprehensive to call law enforcement or things like that. But, they're just people like us. And, same thing with the mayor, same thing with, Kash Patel. I don't know if we should get a hold of Bongino anymore if he's resigning. Yeah, okay, so here, exactly. Holly S. says he doxed his elderly in-laws, for fuck's sake. I mean, come on. Like, what is wrong with people that do that? That makes absolutely no sense. So, scare the elderly people, and, you're welcome, hindsight. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys a lot. Who even says that is so terrible? Oh, hindsight, thank you. She says, I enjoy all the chats, but this one's my special one. Your chat is so nice too, though. I mean, like when you guys do the voices of truth, like everybody is very kind, and I enjoy being in there as well. I do, and it's like night and day. I don't see how people can sit in there in the chats and just be hateful like towards each other, towards one person. Because I even felt bad some of the things I said in Seth's, but I was just like, I was frustrated as all get out, like I wasn't expecting people to come in there and act that way at all. And I should have probably expected it, but I didn't. I did not. I did not expect that. I was like, oh my gosh, here we go. And, oh, I agree. I agree. Vic says someone's making a big mistake putting down Christians, in my opinion. Yeah. And I mean, Seth has asked for help from everybody. He just wants everybody's help. And I don't blame him. I really don't. I don't blame him one bit. I would ask for everyone's help too. And I wouldn't, I wouldn't be discriminate on that. I would just want everybody to please help me find my son. That's it. I just don't see how Katie cannot, that's my biggest problem with Katie, other than the fact that I think she went back with the flashlight to the house and came out and then went back. But another thing is just, I just don't see how she could be this way. I don't see it. It makes no sense to me as a mom. And I've tried to identify with Katie many, many times. And I just can't. Okay, so let's go ahead and watch this next one. They just changed this. I'm telling you, they did this and I don't like it, and I'm going to get used to it, and then they're going to change it again. All right, so here we go.
It doesn't matter. I will dance with the devil and show the devil a couple new moves to find my son, because he's all that matters to me. And I pray to God every day that he keeps him safe. I've listened to a lot of stuff come through, and it's pretty bad, in my opinion. The fact is that, it takes more than just me. It takes people in Sumner County to start saying no to the corruption. I mean, when I turned around and I asked both TBI and the FBI to change the pictures on the flyers, and TBI and FBI said, sure, we'll get right on that. Well, the FBI came through. And in 2 weeks, we had new pictures on these flyers. Unfortunately, the TBI hasn't done nothing because they won't do anything unless Sumner County agrees to it. And Sumner County is not agreeing to anything because they don't even track down the tips that they get. And I just don't understand how a community can see what's going on and not the community can't do it, doesn't seem to want to do anything for themselves. Not just for Sebastian. I mean, Sebastian lives in that community and went missing in that community. And the law enforcement agency in that community is so corrupt. And yet, nobody's turning around and saying anything about it because the corruption is so thick. What happened to my relationship? Listen, well, somebody just, you know what? There you go. Tired of the scene coming up, and up. If somebody sits there and tells you something over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and you continue to believe it, but you're not seeing it, at some point in time, you have to call BS on what they're doing. I don't live in that county. Because I'll tell you right now, if I lived in that county, I would run against that douchebag. I don't like his policies. I don't like what he's doing. He doesn't need a raise. He needs to get himself out there and find my son. Do something. I sent them a letter. Maybe I'll put the letter up on. I literally put a letter to them, an email stating that if you hadn't done, and I listed several things, and it's not just on that side, it's on my side. If you haven't tracked these things down for every suspect, then you can't tell me you've done your job. And when I sent that letter to them, they stopped wanting to communicate with me. They want to stop communicating with me, that's fine. But when I'm getting only lies, like they called me in on my son's birthday. My son's birthday, you call me in and give me a line of BS. Okay? It's my son's birthday. I'm going to listen to you. I listen to what you got to say. But you can't tell me one thing and then do another. Because if that's what you're going to do, well, I'm not going to believe you. I'm not going to believe anything you say because your actions don't back up your words. It's not what you say, it's what you do that matters. My son matters. Missing children matter. Protecting children matter. And protecting our future by protecting the children matter. And if you can't do those things, you don't deserve to wear that badge that you just so proudly put on your chest and hide behind, Mr. Craddock.
I mean, I agree. So, they called Seth in on Sebastian's birthday and fed him a line of BS, and then he got on the news and he was like, yeah, they are working the case. I have some renewed faith. And then they turn around and they don't show what they've said to Seth in their actions. And I agree with him 100% here. You cannot tell somebody that you love them, and then, beat the hell out of them. It doesn't work that way because that shows that you don't really love them. You're just saying that you love them, right? It's the same thing. And I hate to use that, graphic analogy, but I mean, that's what it is. Actions speak louder than words. They just do. And that goes for anything and anyone, and I'd be the same way. I would think that they fed me a line of BS as well, and of all days to do that to me on my son's birthday, who is missing. Couldn't you have waited to the next day? Couldn't you have done it the day before? I mean, come on. That's to me, that's cruel and unusual punishment, Hey, Jules. Yeah, it's cruel and unusual punishment that Seth doesn't deserve at all. I mean, not one bit. He was at work all night and he gets a phone call, don't be mad, Sebastian's missing, 911. So I hear the desperation. I hear the despair, when he talks about, doing whatever he can, whatever he needs to do to find his son. People in Sumner County need to say no to the corruption. Sebastian's community is so corrupt. The corruption is so thick that no one wants to talk about the corruption, and not to bash Bobby the neighbor, but she even said, I'm sick and tired of hearing about this. Well, you wouldn't be sick and tired of it if it was your son. You wouldn't be sick and tired of it. You would want everybody to share his flyer. You would want everybody to put a green ribbon out. You would want everybody to put the green light out. You'd want everybody to do that, and you would be doing the same thing. So that was one statement that I just unequivocally disagree with wholeheartedly. And I can't even really believe that it was said, although it was said on a phone call that was, again, recorded without her knowledge. So she was venting her frustrations. And, again, I can't blame the community for that, because that is really tough, to have to deal with that. Your whole community's turned upside down. I get it. But, think about this child, please, and then Seth goes on to talk about the FBI and how when they were asked to change the pictures on the flyer, they did. But TBI doesn't do anything without Sumner County agreeing to it. And Sumner County doesn't agree with anything because they're not doing anything. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I call BS too. And I think Craddock can have a raise whenever he finds Sebastian. Until then, you don't deserve a raise. A raise for what? What are you doing? Because I don't see you actually out there speaking on Sebastian or any of that. I don't. And I don't believe Craddock. Until I see him doing something, then I will believe him. But until then, I'm not going to. Because he doesn't deserve for us just to believe him when he's doing nothing. And he definitely doesn't deserve a raise, in my opinion. I can't believe he has the gall to ask for a raise. I really can't. I can't believe that he thinks he's deserving of it. Amen, Vic. Rebuke in the name of Jesus. I mean, because it's evil. It is evil. I could feel the evil off of these people that come into a chat and do that. I could feel the evil off of a person who goes after a creator that's just in there. Hey, everyone, how are you? They're on their side of the aisle, right? Since we have to have these sides of the aisle, then respect that boundary. Don't come into the chat, because Brittany's welcome in there. You're not. Kiki True Crime says, I'm starting chatting in Lady Freedoms for 8 months ago. She was so kind. Oh, thank you, Kiki. Thanks. Yeah. But you guys are so kind too, You guys are too. Because you care, you're good people. We're Sebastian Strong here, we're Sebastian's army. We do support Seth and, what he's doing. Do I agree with everything Seth says? No, heck no. I'd be lying to you if I said that I did. But it's no one's business, damn poor Seth. Right. Yeah. And I mean, just for them to act that way is like, it's just all too much. Yeah, Seth, Kiki, same. Kiki says Seth has held it together so much better than I could have. Yeah, same. Because like I said, I would just, I would have struck someone. And then I would have, been willing to take the punishment for what I did. But in the same way, what good would it do if Seth did that? And then, what good would I be to my kid if I was in jail? You know what I mean? So I'm sure that goes through his head, and that's what stops him, right? That's where he says, okay, I can't do this, even though I want to, even though I'd love to, because he's thinking about his son, Hey, Vicky Garrett. Vicky Garrett says, my heart breaks for Seth. I'm in the UK and sent 6 handwritten letters to different law enforcement in Sebastian's area. Thank you, Vicky, for doing that. Wow, that's amazing. Let them, know, hey, I'm in the UK and I care about Sebastian and he needs to be found. And this is what's going on. Thank you, Vicky. That is wonderful. And guys, we can make a difference together. We can make a difference. The pointing of the fingers and stuff, of course we got to point out the yucky stuff when it happens. But I mean, for us to all get together and do that, oh man, what an impact we can make. All the way from the UK. That like warms my heart. Brenda says, what are you going to do if this goes south? I know, Brenda would have, to the moon, Alice, to the moon. Hindsight says, but she sure found the time that week to run to the Texas Roadhouse about the footage, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Hindsight. She finds, time to do a lot of things, but she doesn't find time to search for Sebastian or hand out flyers or anything like that. You don't see Katie in the chat going over to channels that are covering Sebastian's case and thanking them. Ever. You never see her doing that. Never. She just sits there behind the scenes and says, here you go, here, fuel the fire, Yeah, didn't care when she got her 5 minutes of fame, just saying. Exactly, Vic. And that's the thing, Chris and Katie have always wanted to be up there and be the center of attention. And heaven forbid if anybody says anything, unkind or accusatory towards them, but it's okay for people to come in Seth's chat and do that. GA64 says apparently needs to pay for all his houses is why he needs his raise so bad. That's a good point. Yeah, if he can afford all those houses, I think he's doing pretty good. Yeah, I do. Kiki says there needs to be a law, in my opinion, in Tennessee and all over. If LE doesn't find missing children within 6 months, then U.S. Marshals should have the authority to take over, especially in Tennessee. Yeah, I agree. There's many changes that need to be made, and I agree with that one as well. And I also agree that we need to do something about protocol in the very beginning. Do not operate off of one assumption, especially operating under the assumption that the parents where the kid went missing from gave you. What kind of detective are you? What kind of chief deputy were you? Because you really screwed this one. You screwed the pooch, man. And now, if Katie and Chris think they're going to be pinched, they might, go over and, take Faith out of the country, and nobody would be the wiser. I mean, I hope to God that's, not going to happen. And I hope, and pray that her mother gets to, have her back at where she's safe. Brenda Calvert says Craddock doesn't even have sheriff for a whole year yet, and he wants a raise. Great point, Brenda. Great point. I mean, come on, for doing nothing, for not finding Sebastian. No, and you ran unopposed, so you didn't even have to work to get to the position that you're in. It was given to you because there was no one else. Hey, KJ Mack, good to see you. C. Taylor says, I love how Seth handled one of the chatters Sunday night. He acknowledged the evil, my word, yeeted from them and kept going. Yeah, absolutely, Sebastian Strong. That's right. I love the way he handled it too, because I know a lot of us would like to see, Seth tell somebody off, because they're being such jerks. But the way that he handled it was absolutely, in my opinion, the best thing that he could have done. Yeah, never posting the flyers on Facebook, but posts other garbage, in my opinion. Yeah. Or posting things about kids, that need to get a spanking, which Chris posted, in my opinion, that I saw and we played here. Kathy says, hindsight, in my opinion, there's more than that. Texas Roadhouse, and like you said, why did KP and CP get in such a hurry to see it? I feel like the video and the lights video tells more of the tale in this story. I think so too, Kathy. I think it's everything. Because I never would, we wouldn't have saw the interaction between, Katie and Sebastian, and then we wouldn't have seen the way that Sebastian minds and, listens to his mother, is very attentive, was very reserved. He got up and used the bathroom on his own. I mean, that just spoke volumes to me. Wasn't wearing a pull-up. Hey, Sasha, good to see you. Sammy G says, Then goes the quote, the happiest place. There goes the quote, happiest place on earth. Yeah. Because I mean, with CP, it's going to be pretty, it's going to be miserable, in my opinion. You know, because he's going to be sitting there, oh, I have to pay for this and everything's so expensive, and complain. Debbie, talk about a Debbie Downer. No offense to Debbie's out there. Yeah, it's odd all the Disney pictures of potential perps. Sasha. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Brenda says, yes, Seth, never let them see you sweat. Let God take care of the evil ones. Amen, Brenda. And he will, in my opinion, because he sees all that ugly. He does. And, they were bringing out the ugly in me too, because I'll tell you, I did not like any of that was going on in there. That was not right. Let the man speak. Let him have the floor on his channel, please. He's not doing anything to anybody by getting up there besides being a voice for his son and his son's hero. Because I believe that wherever Sebastian is, that he knows damn well that his dad is never going to stop finding him, never going to stop looking for him until he finds him, in my opinion. I think Sebastian knows that about his dad. I think he knows that his dad is looking for him. So I hope that Seth can that if he listens to this, that he knows that. Because I think Sebastian knows that without question, that his dad is looking for him wherever he is. I do. Let me go ahead and play this next one for us. See, 2, 5, 6, 7. Okay, here we go.
Personally, Miss Lisa King with the I hope the trolls can't sleep tonight. Kind of wish that they go to sleep and possibly don't wake up tomorrow, and then they can sleep forever in their troll-induced, world. But the trolls don't make me lose any sleep. They don't make me gain anything either. What the trolls don't realize is that I don't care about them. I care about my son, and he's the one missing. I just put on chat so I can see what's going on. I appreciate all the hearts and everybody, but seriously, let's play the game of telephone. Let's see if we can, 10 people out of your phone, if we can send them Sebastian's flyer and then have them send it over to 10 more people. Wow. Some of these people, Craddock and Carter are doing an amazing. You can't even spell his name correctly. So you don't know, and you're right. It's a D-I-C-K. It's Craddock, But that's not how you spell his name, Joe Mama. So why don't you, Joe Mama? And I only had him 4 days out of the month. I had him 4 days every other week. I had him every other weekend, okay? And some of you people just don't seem to understand that with my work, I am off every other weekend. So every other weekend when I had him, I wasn't at work. Y'all are fools. Some of y'all can't even get their information right. And we're going to put an end to that. Sure will. I got a lawsuit coming up soon. And I hope you're there, Chris. I hope your mom is there too. I hope you bring your wife. Bring your whole family, because I need a picture of your whole family so I can go ahead and make sure I got all the reports for your family. Because believe me, I have reports on your family. But I'll tell you right now, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter. Y'all did something to my son. Too many comments has come out of your mouth, Chris, that states otherwise. Well, if I wish I had known that before this happened. What do you mean you wish you had known this before this happened, Chris? Conversations that go on between me and my son are between father and son, not father and son and some douchebag that his mother married. You had nothing to do with my son being conceived, born, breastfed, raised, or anything else. All you did was invade his life and make it a living hell, which I'm kind of finding you do for a lot of people, you know? But then again, birds of a feather flock together. So, you know, all the information and stuff that I have received about your family, not just your mother and her current husband, you know, man, those ties must run real deep in Sumner County for all the things he's been charged of and never went to jail for. Same thing with your mother. You know, I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of your mother. I'm not scared of your stepfather. I'm not scared of anybody in your family. Y'all can show up at my house at any point in time. I'll step outside. And I'll beat where my son's is out of you. Because I know that you have something to do with it, Chris. I know that you have something to do with it because of the stuff that you've said to me. The things that you have opened your mouth and stated on YouTube interviews, on regular interviews. You guys are so fake. I understand that you don't care about Sebastian. I understand that you don't care about me, but I care about Sebastian, and he should be with me right now. He should have been in school. He should be enjoying his vacation. He shouldn't be enjoying his summer vacation right now. I should have landed so many fish with him on the river that it would have been ridiculous. He should be out there with his... He should have dropped his first deer this year. There's a lot of things that I'm missing doing with my son right now.
You know, he misses everything. You could just tell he misses everything with his son. Fishing, hunting, any of that. Any of the activities that fathers and sons do. Seth is absolutely hurting. It's just beyond words. So Seth says he doesn't care about the trolls. He cares about Sebastian, you know, and he kind of made fun of the trolls a little bit, which was funny. I mean, you know, if they can't even spell Craddock's name, so that shows how much they know about the case, right? Just right there shows. And then Seth goes on to say, look, you know, I had Sebastian every other weekend, and every other weekend I was off. So, you know, that's when we spent our time together, was when he was with me every other weekend and I wasn't working. And then, you know, Seth suspects Chris has something to do with it. And I agree. I don't see how he couldn't at this point, with everything that has been said by Chris himself and everything that has been said by Katie. I would really be wondering about him if he didn't think that they had something to do with it, right? Or guilty knowledge. And I agree, you know, Chris is a douchebag, and he did invade Sebastian's life and make it a living hell. No doubt. No doubt about it. It's absolutely awful. You know? Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh, that is terrible, KJ Mack. Oh my goodness. Hey, Detroit Rock City. Good to see you. Ugh, gosh. Kiki says, I watched about a community down there now. I'm going to have to look that up. Was a documentary where a town had specific rules to live there and people went missing. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, Kiki. I think I've watched a doc or something on that. Yeah, I think I do remember watching something about that. KJ Maxx says every year for 2 weeks they would make comments about really weird things they saw. Oh no, at the timeshare? Oh my gosh. Or on the monorail. Oh, sadly, those evil chatters don't respect or appreciate actual facts, in my opinion. They don't. Even if we were to just like show them in their face, right? They're choosing not to listen, I think, C. Taylor. I agree. You know, and it's just out to hurt others. Yeah, exactly. Hindsight says the teacher said he is a joker, beautiful boy. Yeah, I know. And he brightened people's days with it, you know, making jokes, cracking jokes in the hallway. You know, he just yeah, it's got to be very depressing in the halls after Sebastian, you know, been missing, in my opinion. Perps. Sasha. Sasha says perps seem to like amusement parks. They do. You know, when Grady Judd does the big busts, like a lot of those people that are in the SEX trafficking networks work for Disney, which I thought was very interesting. So Disney doesn't really, you know, vet people as well as they should. C. Taylor says, I bet Sebastian has a wonderful sense of humor. I think so. I mean, the green tea thing is hilarious and cute. Vic says, don't know how Seth keeps it together. It has to be so hard for him. I know, Vic. And, you know, I don't know how he does it, but he gets up there still, and he's Sebastian's voice, you know, and God love him for it, because, you know, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of strength to do that. KJ Maxx says Celebration was created by Disney. We looked at homes. Yeah, that's what it is. It's Celebration. Thanks, KJ Maxx. That's the town. Celebration was created by Disney. We looked at homes there when we were visiting so often. They did have a lot of unique rules. Yes, they do. Weird. Like it was like way beyond an HOA. If you know, if you guys know, like homeowners associations, they have like, you know, certain rules. Like you have to have, you know, like say your trash bin is in, you know, a receptacle thing. It's got to match your house or whatever, you know, or match everybody else's. There's like really weird rules. Vicky says Seth is a broken man. How can people treat him like that? All I want to do is give him a big hug. Yeah, Vicky, that's what I said too. I just like loved it. Give him a big bear hug. Go in the cabinet, get him some aspirin for his headache, fix him a hot meal. You know what I mean? It's just because it's like you want to be of service to another human that is going through such a tough time. You know, I mean, it breaks my heart. And I wonder about him. I wonder if he's taking care of himself. You know, I wonder if he's drinking enough water. I wonder if he's, you know, if he eats, you know, the way that he should be. You know, it bothers me. It really does. Yeah, Disney, the company, not the man, to be clear. Yes. Yes, KJ Mac. Does anyone know, Sasha says, when the pink blanket was removed from the window and why? No, I don't know that, Sasha. Remember when Seth said Sebastian would greet the school resource officer each morning? Yes, C. Taylor. That was my favorite story about Sebastian. That was my favorite one. He'd say, how many tickets are you going to write today? You know, and kind of like, you know, ask him that every day when he'd see the school resource officer. Yeah, that's got to be tough. It's just got to be so tough. Yes, you so have to watch that documentary about the place lady. Now I'm curious. Yes, yes. I know. Well, and that's another thing, Kiki. Good point. Is he sleeping, you know, because he looks tired. I mean, you know, you would be though, especially knowing this information from those reports. I mean, it would just haunt anybody, you know, whose child was missing like that. It just, you know, you absolutely. Okay, guys, let's watch this next clip here. I believe it's got 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, here.
But like I said, I'm also working on Sebastian's Law. It's to update the Amber Alert system. It's to make sure that there's proper communication in between law enforcement agencies when a child goes missing. It's to make sure that there is a national database that every law enforcement agency and every social service or child agency will be able to have submit information and be able to pull up information. That way, people can't sit there and go from one state to another state and run away from child protective services. Because that stuff doesn't follow you like an arrest record or whatnot. It's not too broad. What it is that the Amber Alert system and stuff of that sort are state-based. So if we can turn around and institute the law to make it a federal law, then we can turn around and it becomes a federal mandate, not a state mandate. So while you got CPSs and things going on, if we got federal mandates over it, then we have federal mandates over it. And that's what I would truly like, is I would like, there needs to be an oversee. It's at the same point in time that CPS failed my son for not contacting me and putting me right in the middle so I know what's going on, then they failed. There's been so many problems with DCS and CPSs at the state level because they're all state level. They're all state level, and that doesn't need to be just state level. They need to have overall communication from state to state. If a child goes missing in Tennessee, the Amber Alert should be for Tennessee and for the surrounding states. And then at the same point in time, there should be communication between every police department within that state. Within that state that states that, hey, this child is missing. When Sebastian went missing and I got a tip about somebody that was all dressed in black, walking barefoot down the road, and it was brought to me from somebody on Facebook. When I called up Lebanon, they had no idea that my son was missing. They did not know. There had already been an Amber Alert, which I didn't even get an Amber Alert on my phone for my own son. So when I called Lebanon and they didn't know that my son was missing, that's a problem. That's a problem in the very, it's a problem in the communication of information. Law enforcement in one agency in one county should be communicating with another county. Sumner County, you don't like Davison County, where I work. That's a problem. So you don't like them and they don't like you. My son's missing. He doesn't give a shit. You know, if I don't like my neighbor and his kid goes missing, I'm going to help him find his kid. Why? Because that's what neighbors do. That's what a community does. They come together and find the problem and fix the problem. And if I scream until the end of my days and these problems don't get fixed, then I messed up somewhere. But I'm going to fight every minute, every second that I can to get stuff changed for the benefit of my son and for other missing children out there. I don't know where you are, son, but I'm not done looking. I'll never be done looking. There's no enjoyment in this life really anymore. All my enjoyment disappeared.
You know, it's just so sad that all of his enjoyment disappeared with Sebastian. And I believe him when he says it, you know, and I completely agree with having some form of checks and balances when it comes to CPS. We absolutely have to have some federal mandates. It needs to be federally mandated, and CPS needs to be, you know, to follow the person state to state or the family, in my opinion, you know, because this isn't an issue that only happens in Tennessee. You know, we need overall communications from state to state, hands down. When it comes to missing children, Amber Alerts, CPS, there needs to be larger communication, in my opinion. The Amber Alert needs to go to the surrounding states, absolutely, because you just don't know. And you know, I don't know if that would take, you know, maybe even the state troopers to get involved and to be passing that information along. But it is sad to know that Seth didn't get an Amber Alert on his phone for Sebastian. That's very concerning, you know, and something that's equally concerning is that just because Sumner County doesn't like Davidson County, that they're not helping to find Sebastian. You know, and because Seth works for Clarksville, Davidson County, it appears that because Sumner County doesn't like Davidson County, then they're not helping Seth. And that's, you know, his opinion and how he feels. But it does make sense to me. It absolutely does make sense to me. Sorry, guys, I didn't realize I wasn't on there. So, hey, Mama Bear, good to see you. KJ Maxx says the anger stage can be most useful in terms of getting shit done. It has the most power and it can be channeled into focus. I agree, KJ Mack. And that's why I'm like, you know, when you write your letter, be respectful, but also do it when you're, you know, frustrated, right? Like when you're a little bit worked up, because, you know, you're going to be the most passionate at that time. And I agree with that. I think the anger stage can motivate people. I think it could be, you know, that anger can be harnessed and focused. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. My heart just breaks for him, Vicky, you know? Yeah, he said Lebanon couponing. Yeah. So, you know, they should be aware of these children. You know, I get that it's tough to keep everybody straight. I understand that. But I mean, if YouTubers can keep all of these cases straight that we cover, you know, why can't they? Because I mean, I can remember everybody's story, right? Gabby's story, Gabby Petito. I can remember little Harmony Montgomery's story. I can remember Sebastian's story. I can remember Lily and Jack's story. You know, if we can do that, they can too. It's about caring. It's about giving a shit. You know, you have to actually give a shit first, and then it's real easy after that, you know. KJ Maxx says true. For example, New Mexico and Tennessee need to be sharing CPS information. Yes, because otherwise, what's the point, right? Then you could just move out of state and you know, oh, we're just going to abuse the kids in the state. You know, it's unacceptable. Yeah, it is. Kiki says, Seth, gosh, I'm so sorry. This is so sickening that someone knows something. Someone knows something. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's got to be Katie, you know? Brenda says, that's right, C. Taylor. Communication or lack of has to be the issue with that judge allowing CP to have his daughter. Yeah, because his lawyer was like, look, the cop said that they were complying or cooperating, with law enforcement. And that was how allegedly he was able to convince the judge. But the kid's still missing, right? The other little kid, right? That's what I would be thinking in my head if I was a judge. But that other little kid's still missing, right? And you want me to allow this person to have custody of this child during the summer and leave the state where her mother lives? No way in hell. that would not happen in my watch. Yeah, Mama Bear says KJ Mack, yes, after the confusion mixed with pain, anger will keep him laser focused. I agree. And he sounds like he's ready to make a change. I mean, and those are the things that parents who legitimately don't know what happened to their children do for others. And he gives a great analogy. When he says, it's just like my neighbor. If my neighbor and I have a disagreement or we don't get along, and their child goes missing, it's not like I'm going to say, oh, well, too bad. I don't like that guy. I hope he never finds that kid, or whatever. Like, no, you don't think of that. You go, oh my gosh, this kid's missing. I need to help my neighbor. Right. Because you just jump into action. It's like, again, it should be like instinctual, right? There shouldn't be any like thought about it. Like, oh, I don't like that guy. No, you hear somebody, or it's just like if you don't like your neighbor and you see him fall over in the street in front of you, are you just going to sit there and laugh at him? No, you're going to lend him a hand, right? Be the bigger person. For crying out loud. It's not hard. That's a bad person that doesn't reach their hand down for that neighbor, right? Just because you don't like them, but you want them to sit there and be hurt in the street and you're just going to walk away and leave them there. No, you help them up. You call an ambulance for them if they need it. You do what needs to be done. At that point, it shouldn't even be a thing, right? It should be like, no, this person needs help, right? All family members to the child should be alerted if abuse occurs in a family member's home as to relieve the parenting duties to a fit person. I agree, Sasha. I agree 100% there. There is a terrible, terrible lack of communication, and not just from CPS. Katie is responsible for letting her ex-husband know what is going on in the home with her child. Talk about the parenting plan, Chris Proudfoot. Talk about the parenting plan. Because even if it's not directly stated in your parenting plan, which many times it is, you are to communicate with the other parent because that is part of co-parenting. You don't hide the fact that CPS has been at your house. You make sure that the other parent knows this. Otherwise, you are a bad person. I'm sorry, you made the wrong decision. Because you should be telling that other parent what's going on. Well, that's true. KJ Max says, I forgot to add California, New Mexico, and Tennessee should be sharing information since January 26th of 2024. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and don't hide the reports. That's how you lose trust in people when you can't even own what happened, right? There's no accountability. This child is just poof gone, right? Sasha says it should be mandatory for every CPS in the country to inform all family members associated with the child to ensure the child stays safe and the family is safe. Yeah, absolutely. They need to care more. They do. But well said, Sasha. They just need to care more. They need to give a crap. They just do. Yes. Love you too, Kiki. Good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Not everyone getting the Amber Alert has to do with poor internet service. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that could be too. I mean, I always get them. It'll be like, meh, like super loud, like, in your ear. Poor Nina, what she must be going through. I agree, Vic. I agree. And no mother should have to worry about that, KJ Max says, fantastic point, lady. The parenting plan is not designed to hide your CPS visits, Chris Proudfoot. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like, you're supposed to communicate with the parents. Like, usually they'll have like clauses in there that'll say like, if you move or you change your number, you need to notify the other parent, or if there's any like major medical issues, right? Like say your child goes to the hospital, you notify the other parent, right? You don't hide it from them. So if your kiddo is climbing a tree and they fall, you tell the other parent, you call them right away, hey, they're at the hospital, right? You at least give them a chance to be there, right? And you at least give them the knowledge of what happened, right? And if you're innocent, then that's never a problem, right? Because you're just being truthful and honest and telling the other parent. Now if they didn't really fall out of the tree and you grabbed them by the arm and yanked them a good one and they got hurt, then maybe you might make up the story about it falling out of a tree or something, So, I mean, yeah, we're just not dealing with people who are honest. Okay, guys, so I have one more clip for you. It's going to be a little bit longer because I had to break it into two, but here we go. Here's this, the end of Seth's live. And, all he's asking us to do, guys, and he asked us 3 times, is just send it to 10 people and ask those 10 people to send it to 10 people and, the same thing. So, like a game of telephone, I tell this person something and then this person tells the other person and they tell 2 people and then they tell 2 people, it kind of goes on and on. But again, it's also like a chain letter, right? Send this out to 10 people, please, and have them send it out to 10 more. And oh my gosh, how fast can we really get the word out about Sebastian? And that's all he's asking for us to do. It's the least we can do.
And it's not fair to him. And I'm going to find him. I've already started a petition for the FBI. I've been in contact with Marsha Blackburn's office. I am attempting to, I've been asking for them to help set me up an appointment for the FBI. If I have to walk to DC for the appointment, I will. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'll walk to the ends of the earth to find my son. Anything that I can do to push it on to get him, because this shouldn't be going on. I appreciate everybody, Sebastian's army. I appreciate you all. We find Sebastian's going to have a lot of people to say thank you to. I have a lot of people to say thank you to, because I tell you what, some of y'all actually talk to me on a regular basis. Some of y'all in chat. I know I don't tell you all a lot, but there's some things when there's more bad than there is good, you kind of just keep the bad to yourself, because it doesn't do any good. That's the little boy that went missing from school when the stepmother dropped him off, right? Yeah, I've seen some of her stuff. She won't stop looking. I give her nothing but from kudos, because you don't understand what it takes every day to get up and know that your only goal is to find your son. And then there's days that when I wake up, I don't hear from anybody. I hear from nobody. Nothing comes in. No information comes in. And it's so frustrating, because I know that somebody somewhere out there knows where my son is. I just got to find him. I just got to find Sebastian. He is the goal. He will always be the goal. When we find Sebastian, then the goal is to make sure that we help all the other children. A lot of people want to sit there and talk about, oh, you did a nonprofit. Yeah, well, you know what? My nonprofit was thought up a long time ago. My nonprofit was to be as like a facility of sorts to help autistic children by using animal therapy. Autistic children normally love animals. So you put them around animals and you get them to understand what the animal's feeling, and then you blossom the idea of helping helping the animals, and then the child will take that blossom and flower. My son was a perfect example. He loved watching things grow. He loved taking care of animals. I just wish that he was here so I could take care of him. I'm sorry. It's been a really long week. It's been a long year. It's been a long, 17 months now, 16 months. I'm losing track. I'm losing count. Still feels like it's just one long day. It's been one long day. One long, never-ending nightmare of a day. And in a civilized world, we're not allowed to do what we want to do. Because if we could do what we wanted to do, I wouldn't have any internet access, that's for sure. You guys wouldn't see me here. But it is what it is. I can't change what's happened. I can only change what I do. And all I'm going to do is keep looking for Sebastian. So please continue to help pass out flyers. I need these tips coming in. And, these tips are what's keeping me moving. And I appreciate it. Thank you again, Sebastian's Army. Thank you for tuning me in on a Sunday night. I want you all to be blessed. And if I can't sleep, I need you all to get sleep for me. Y'all have a wonderful night.
Okay, guys, so that was the end, and I had just like a 1 minute. I wanted to play it all together. A really strong message, and hindsight says amen. We are here for you, Seth. Yes, we are. And Sebastian, and I know you would feel this way too, hindsight, because you're doing it because you care and because you want Sebastian to be found. And I think a lot of you all in the chat would feel this way because, again, I know that you want Sebastian to be found, but he doesn't have to say thank you to me. Neither does Seth, but he does. Seth will come in here and say thank you, Lady Freedom for covering my son's case still, and I appreciate him for that. But they do not need to say thank you to me. I can't think of any better way to spend my time than to spread awareness about Sebastian, because he deserves it. He absolutely deserves it. What is not deserved is the way that he's treated by his mother, by Stepfoot, by the FBI, even TBI, any of them, because he doesn't deserve that crap. He just doesn't. He deserves so much better, and Seth is doing everything that he can. There's no doubt in my mind that he's doing everything that he can. But I do worry about Seth, because he says he keeps the bad to himself, so he carries that load, he carries that burden, that weight on him, so I hope he has someone close that he can talk to and share things with, because to carry that all on your own is very, very difficult, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody, ever. Never. Yes, little Miss Sharon, Justin for Sebastian and Seth. That's all that he wants is for his son to come home. Um, and I'm happy to help. I am happy to help. I just get so frustrated and so sick of this crap, because he needs to be found. He's out there somewhere. Thanks, G864. Thank you guys for the green hearts. It's hard to find in the UK. You got me close to it. Thank you. Yeah, Vicky, absolutely. It's my pleasure. And, I just want him to know that, I want him to know that I would do this because I would want someone to help me. I would never want to be stuck in this situation. Ever, never. And I wouldn't ever wish for anybody to be stuck in this situation, because I understand it's not easy. And Seth being civilized, I'm grateful for him for being that way, because it just kind of solidifies what we all think of him. Because I saw some kind of creepy, weird comments about how people think that Seth is God or whatever. No, not even close. And again, there's things that I don't always agree with, from anybody, right? That's just what happens. We're all different. We're all individuals. We all have our own brains. But I also see what he's doing here, and he's doing everything he can. He just is. He's doing everything that he can, and they're not. They're just they gave up. They threw in the towel like immediately, in my opinion. They did. It was like, oh, well, nothing to see here. And, this is a case that's going to be studied. And he just poof, vanished. And, again, don't ask any questions and be quiet about it. Don't talk about it. KJ Max says, oh, he's very much in his quiet anger stage. I really feel for him and send him energy to channel that anger into success in finding Sebastian. Yeah, absolutely, KJ Mac. And I appreciate that. I'm always trying to send good vibes to Seth, and just let him know, like, you're not alone. Please know that you're not alone. You are not alone, because we're here, I believe he will be found too. Hindsight says Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers will be found. And I do think so. And especially if we keep on them like we need to, he will be found inevitably. And, we'll all have something to do with that. Even though many of these other channels say, oh, they're stupid. They don't, or I had that lady Marlene come in the one night. Oh, do you think this is helping? Yes, I do think it's helping. I do. And I wouldn't be up here wasting my time if I didn't think it was helping, and I'm not trying to be like egotistical or whatever. It's just like, because I believe in all of you guys too. It's not just me that I believe in you guys too, that if we get together, we can make a huge difference. We see it all the time, we don't sleep, baby. Check the algorithm, Sasha. That's so funny. Sleep, that's funny. We're Sebastian's army. We don't sleep, Dad. Sasha, he cracked me up. Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. Like, we stay up late nights with you, Seth. Trust us. Trust and believe that much, right? You're not only by yourself, because it kills me, guys. And I made it this far. I made it to the end without crying, and then I cried at the end, because it like kills me. I'm like, please, Sebastian doesn't need to thank me. You don't have to thank me. Katie doesn't have to thank me. Nobody has to thank me. Yeah, together we can find him. Exactly, hindsight. And that's the thing, like, we can't underestimate ourselves. We can't underestimate Sebastian. We can't underestimate anybody in this situation. Sasha says, we don't know where Sebastian is. Why would we sleep? That's Luda. It is. It is. It's ludicrous to think that, right? Aw. Aw, G864, thank you. Oh, God bless you. God bless you too. I mean, and it takes all of us. It does. And like, that's what God wants us to do, right? Come together. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. Kathy says, Lady Freedom, we're all sick of this. I hate feeling like Ellie is doing absolutely nothing. Makes me mad. Seth needs their help. Yeah. And that's what's frustrating too, right? Because I don't like coming up here and being like, well, I don't think law enforcement's doing anything, but I don't want to like lie to you guys either and hide like what I think. And so I try to be honest. But I have to say, for a while, I have not thought that they've been doing, everything that they can, which is very disheartening. And I wish I was wrong. I wish that, I would love the day to come where they come out and tell us what they think or whatever. And, I can come up here and say, you know what, I was wrong about this and I was wrong about that. And I apologize to law enforcement. I really would love to do that. I would love to eat a huge, I'd eat the entire humble pie, and then, for dessert, I would have the crow. I'd eat crow, with the cherry on top, because I would love to be wrong. Hey, Ann Reynolds, good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, absolutely. GA64 says, hindsight, appreciate the voices of truth. You all are angels on earth. I agree. Yes, well said. And, God gives us all this purpose, you know what I mean? And I need to find that from my friend Forrest that he had sent me over in my email. I need to go back and look at that, but he sent me an email that was kind of telling a story, and it was a Bible story, and how some symbolism matched up, right? And I need to bring it in because it's so good. But it's basically, telling us we all, no matter what our position is in the grand scheme of things, we all can do our part, and we all need to, be happy in that. So, but it said way better than I just said it in the email. Brenda says, you don't look for things when you know they're where they are. Exactly. And that was one thing Peter Hyatt brought up, which was so profound in my opinion. It's like, yeah, totally. That's it right there. You don't look for things if you know where they're at. So, if I know my keys are hanging up over there where they are by the door, I know that where they're at, right? So I'm not looking in my purse for them. I go straight over there and grab them up, So absolutely. Oh, okay, Vicky. Vicky says, Kathy, I think I found them 3 possible places for missing people, so we'll send the letter to all 3. I will do my best and think for Sebastian. Thank you, Vicky. That is so absolutely sweet. Yeah. And I mean, I just know, and I think that's what Seth was talking about is just all you awesome people out there that are doing these things. He is grateful, and I appreciate him being grateful for that. But he's got to know we have his back. Sasha says, you got that right, Bartholomew. It's horrible, like our hands and feet are tied and we are gagged. That's the feeling I have in this case. It's horrible. I feel that too, Sasha. I do. And especially like when I see some like really gross stuff out there, like I'm so like defeated by it sometimes. But then I remember it's like, they don't have that much power. They don't have as much power as they think, because I do think that we're on the side of good, right? Like we're doing good for people, because I would not dream of going into Katie's chat. Like say Katie had a channel and she got up and was talking about Sebastian. You know, I don't care if she was acting silly like she does in these interviews and things like that. I would never like go in there and be like, you know, Katie, you're guilty. You know, I would never do that. I just wouldn't. I would sit there and I would watch and I would observe and then I would come up here and talk, or, you know, but even so, like before I was even creating videos or doing lives, I would still never dream of going in there and being rude to her. You know, I would let her speak on her son and I would actually be like, wow, kudos, at least she's up there. At least she got up and talked about Sebastian today. You know, so I don't get why people are like that. And I agree with Seth a lot of times. You know, I'll think to myself, is there more, you know, bad than good? But I think that there's more good than bad. And here's why. If I go, you know, to the grocery store, or if I go to, you know, grab something to eat out, you know, people treat people with respect for the most part. But you get on the internet and they, you know, you got these keyboard, I can't even call them a keyboard warrior, but you all know what I'm talking about if I say that, because they're not brave. They're not courageous like a warrior. No, they are, you know, sitting behind there just being hateful, like, oh, you know, whatever mean thing they can say. And oh, if that's not bad enough, let me go after this person, you know? And it's like, it gets frustrating, you know? And I think that's why I kind of said something, you know, hashtag stop or something. I can't remember what I said, but it was like, you know, I just had it. Usually I don't do that. I don't engage with the trolls. I'll ignore them for the most part, but it was just crazy to see, you know? Brenda Calvert, thank you. She says, I look for Sebastian everywhere I go. I do too, especially like if I, you know, am walking past like a group of kids here, like, you know, or even at the grocery store. There was a kid that looked very similar to Sebastian at the grocery store. And I did a double take. I really did. I was like, oh my gosh, wait a minute. And then I'm like, no, that's not him, you know, but he kind of had like the haircut that he has in the Texas Roadhouse picture, and that's the one I kind of try to keep in my brain, right? Like that one's kind of burned in my brain in case like I see, I mean, granted, he's going to be taller, he might be, you know, he might weigh more, hopefully he doesn't weigh any less, and that's not to dig on him at all about his weight, because, you know, I think he's perfect the way he is, but I'm just saying he may have gained weight, he may have not, he may look exactly the same but taller. He could have facial hair. We just don't know. We don't know. And, you know, I'm hoping that they can put an age progression out, especially once he turns 17. I think that would be in order. Hopefully that it doesn't come to that. Because, I mean, I'm with Seth, you know, I'm in agreement with Seth. And I would have said this if Seth never came up and said this about him thinking there's some guilty knowledge and knowing that Chris had something to do with it. I thought that the minute that I watched the first what I thought was the first interview, but the one with Holly Thompson, I'm like, normal parents don't act like this. This is really messed up. Something is wrong here. And, you know, I was like, just felt compelled to look more into this case. I mean, it was like, I have to, you know, because of their actions, not because of what Seth said. You know, and if Seth had come out acting weird, I would have been on him too, you know, and for the longest time I would say, you know, I'm not on anybody's side, right? But again, when you see what those people are doing in a chat, where there's a father just pouring his heart out, right? I just don't see how you could say, oh, that's a good person, or that's a person I want to hang out with, or, you know, any of that. KJ Max says, if we ask CP and KP no questions, they don't have to tell. Oh, yeah. We don't ask them any questions and they don't have to tell no lies, right? Yeah, that's why they deflect. The questions will keep on coming till the truth is unveiled. Oh, definitely. You know, and I mean, I would be glad if I didn't have anything to do with it. I would be very happy with people speculating as much as they can. I mean, I understand it's frustrating too. I mean, I'm sure Seth is like, I mean, how many times do I have to tell you guys this, right? Or something like that. Sure. Does no one listen to me? Because you could feel unheard if people keep getting it wrong, right? But I would be happy that people were still talking, even if they came up with the wrong ideas, or even if I didn't agree with what they were saying. I'd say, well, at least they're talking, at least they're trying to brainstorm and figure this out, you know. Aw, thank you, Vic. Vic says, Brenda, I look for Sebastian too, you know. We do have a lot of Mally Cat. Absolutely. We have a lot of prayer warriors in our army. That's right. And that's a warrior, right? Prayer warrior is a warrior. Brave, has faith, right? Has faith. Absolutely. 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 And we need each other. We can't do it alone. I would never think for 1 minute that I could do this without you guys, without everybody's help, without, everybody's ears and listening and people writing to people. That is such a great thing. Because the more of us that do that, when they get a stack in the mail and it's all about Sebastian, it's all letters, they're gonna want that to stop. We got to annoy them into submission. No, I'm just kidding. But again, be polite, be respectful, be professional, but and factual. That's the best thing too. Tell the facts. This is the fact. Sebastian went missing from his house, from his bedroom, but there was no evidence that he left the house. His mother, Katie, was the last person with him. Sebastian needs justice. The police absolutely botched the investigation from day one. Any hope that they would be able to have any evidence was already, the ship already sailed, right? Except for the security footage, which thank God people had, ring cameras, stationary security surveillance video, whatever. Thank God for that, because that doesn't lie. That does not lie. Oh, thanks, Vic. Grab a coffee, sweetie. Thank you, Vic. That is so sweet of you. Oh, yes, I know. And I live off coffee. Caffeine is my best friend sometimes. I'm like, oh, I love you. Thank you so much, Vic. That's sweet. And it's just, oh, sorry, now I go. Oh, it's not letting me scroll first. Okay, I see it now. Vicky says, oh, they got it nice. Oh, sorry. No, I don't want to do that. They put these all so close together, and I don't know why they do that. No, I don't want to copy. There we go. Okay. Vicky says, oh, they got it nice, but telling what they know, Sebastian is worldwide. Exactly. Sebastian is worldwide. And I don't think they thought that was going to happen. I really don't. I really don't think that they thought that was ever going to happen. And boy, were they sorely mistaken. We need to make a Kelly Sigler suspect list, all the reasons they are guilty, and send it to the prosecutor's office. That's a really good idea, Brenda. Letters to the prosecutor office, or I don't know, that DA, seems to have his head up his bum too, and I'm like, I'm trying not to bash everybody involved in this case, you know what I mean? Because it's like weird that you would think so many people would be involved like this. It would be absolutely weird. But I agree with Seth when he says the corruption runs deep. I do, and I don't want to say that. I wish that I wasn't saying that. I wish I could be like, the one thing that I disagree with Seth on is law enforcement. But, I can't say that. But I think they probably don't want to be under review. I know we talked about that earlier. Law enforcement doesn't want to be under review because they did mishandle the case. They really did. I mean, if they should have known about the CPS stuff and understood very early on. And if they didn't, I mean, because day 8, they said they're scaling back the search so they can do more of an investigative, right, approach. So they were turning it over, you know, instead of searching out in the woods and the radius that they had, you know, mapped out, they were going to go ahead and go to the investigative side. So to me, that always really stood out to me because I was like, weren't you always, you know, wearing the investigation cap at least? Because like you are investigators, right? But I don't think they were at first. I think they were absolutely operating under the assumption Sebastian walked off and like Craddock told the news, oh, I can't imagine what the parents are going through right now. And I'm here to tell you, I don't think he was talking about Seth. I think he was talking about Chris and Katie, the ones that he used to go over every morning and talk to, you know, with Ken Widener. Or at least Ken Widener went over there all the time. You know, according to Ken. He's like, oh, I'm about to head over to their house right now. In that one interview that he did, I think it was like with News Channel 2 or 5. You know, and it's like, really? Coffee with the suspects, huh? But they weren't side-eyeing Chris and Katie. They were thinking, oh, we're trying to find this autistic, you know, young man who wandered off. But that's just not the case. That's not who they were looking for. Because if that's who they were looking for, they would have been able to see him come out the front door or out his window from the Ring camera across the street. And then he would have walked up his street, you know, Stafford, onto Kellen. That's how you exit the neighborhood, right? Without going through the woods, because he doesn't like bugs. He doesn't like to get dirty. And it is the middle of the night, and we're expected to believe that he left barefoot or with no shoes on. You know, if he was wearing socks still. And, you know, he would have been picked up on that camera that's, you know, right at the end of the, that picked up the lights video. He would have been picked up on that camera if he took that route. But there were multiple cameras in the neighborhood, and, you know, even Chris from Mob Crew showed us that. Like, check out all of these cameras, right? In the neighborhood that Sebastian would have had to have known about to dodge them. And there's no way that he would have known about the cameras to dodge them, in my opinion. I'm not saying he's not smart enough. I'm not saying that Sebastian doesn't know strategy. He absolutely does. But him knowing strategy and having that wherewithal, he would have wore shoes. He wouldn't just leave without anything, in my opinion. And again, even a little child that's 5 years old that says, I'm running away. You know, Mom, I don't like you anymore. You're mean to me. Dad, you know, I don't like Dad either. And I'm leaving. And, you know, they get their little stuff together and they make it to the end of the driveway, you know, type of a thing. So even a little child knows that you just don't leave without no shoes or anything. It's, you know, it's way too hard to believe. Aw, thanks, Little Miss Sharon, for gifting a Lady Freedom Raw Narratives membership. If you did get that, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, and please say thank you to Little Miss Sharon. Aw, thanks, Little Miss Sharon. That is so sweet. Aw, you guys are the best. Yeah, but, you know, and I just really, every day that passes by and the more that I look into, the more interviews I listen to again, I couldn't agree more with Seth. I think they have something to do with it. Guilty knowledge, whether Katie only brought Sebastian out, you know, especially when we think about Seth's polygraph. And I forgot to bring that in. We'll do that tomorrow. But Seth sits through a 4 hour, we'll just say 4 hours, because I think he said it was between 3 and 4 hours. So even to be safe, 3.5 hour polygraph. Katie sits through 5 questions. And then Chris, of course, compares himself to Katie and says, I got asked, 13 effing questions. My wife only got asked 5 questions. That's still not a 3.5 hour ordeal that Seth went through with the director of the FBI that does the polygraph, polygraphists, or, those people. And he was held to the highest standard of these people. 3.5 hours. And you're complaining about 13 questions, and the person who last was with Sebastian only got 5 questions. So the way I've been thinking of it, is, hey, her 5 questions, which she said, did you hurt Sebastian? Maybe it wasn't, maybe she didn't feel like she was hurting him because she wasn't the one that did it. I mean, she clearly went back to the house, so that takes her kind of out of maybe somebody that hurt him, but she definitely brought him out to someone, in my opinion. She definitely met someone, in my opinion. I don't believe CP either, Brenda. C. Taylor says, I'm not sure I believe CP about anything, including the polygraph. Yeah, it's hard to know. Hey, Faye, good to see you. But, it's like he tells that to Jules, which she was kind enough to send me that little piece, right? And it's like, there are so many comparisons that I can do with what he told to everyone, right? He told Terry Lynn one thing, and she was, I guess, going to pull up the actual Facebook screenshot, which I have that, and I've showed it, of Chris stating that he did pass his polygraph. But that was back in, March again, when he was doing all the interviews. He did the interview with Smiley, and then he went on and did an interview with Katie. With Katie and Smiley, and then he did an interview just by himself with Terry Lynn. So, and he told Smiley something different than he told Terry Lynn. And then he was telling people on Facebook, yes, I did pass my polygraph. We both passed. Well, Katie passed a 5-question polygraph. And again, maybe she just gave him medicine. Oh no, I didn't hurt my son. I just gave him his medicine. That could be her logic and her way of thinking, and she may have passed for 5 questions. That sounds like something that is very mild, and like you weren't really trying to investigate. So they never interrogated Katie, in my opinion, because if they only gave her 5 questions, that's not an interrogation. It's kind of like Tony Jones having a 9-minute interview after his wife is found unalived in their home. Exit and entrance wounds to her head were in opposite positions than they should have been, showing that she did not inflict that on herself. 9 minutes. That's all they took with him. Sounds like corruption to me. Because if I think that's corruption, I think that what's going on with the TBI only asking 5 questions to Katie is corruption. And again, see, Taylor, I agree. It's hard to believe anything that comes out of Chris's mouth, but that's what he said. And then he was all mad. I got 13, she got this many, like he's a little child again, That's why he is still on mommy's boobie, in my opinion. Chris had a whole conversation, Chris had a whole discussion about his knowledge based on of polygraphs. Yeah, well, and again, with the military training, it makes me wonder too, hindsight, because obviously if they're, taken by the enemy, they might know how to pass a polygraph and, get through the questioning and undetected of deception, right? Because they're teaching them survival and that sort of thing. So I absolutely think about that too. Hey, Rich Buddy. Rich Buddy says, in my opinion, he did not run away. Something happened either by accident or like someone smacked him and it hurt him bad or something. Hard to imagine a mom would cover for a stepdad. So her tough sell. Yeah, well, and I agree. I agree with that. And it seems like she would have probably told on him at some point, but they have to be together on it. It's like they're thick as thieves. Somebody knows something. Maybe she wasn't directly involved, but I do think that she knows, you know. In my opinion, if Faye says, in my opinion, if they'd pass a poly, the results would be at social media from last year. Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely. Why wouldn't they just show it? I mean, obviously, Seth went on Nancy Grace. So, I mean, like, I trust her and the FBI polygraphist that was on there. I do. Kendall Schul is his name. And, you know, I trust Kendall Schul more than I trust, you know, Chris and Katie. But why not just come out and show? Like, look what I would be showing you guys. I know, you know, I mean, I get that they don't owe us that, but I would feel the need to do it if people were that upset with me that I had to leave the home where my son went missing from because I was, you know, getting threatened and whatever and harassed like they said they were, or like Chris said. And Katie said, yeah, that is part of the reason why I left. You know, then I would be trying to convince people, like, please don't blame me. I didn't have anything to do with this. That's what an innocent person does. You know, he's a scholar in his opinion. Hindsight. I agree. Totally. He thinks that he's very smart, and he always says like he's always mispronouncing words, and it's like, oh my gosh. But narcissists do that all the time because they do think they're pronouncing it correctly. And I get it. Like, you know, there's things that everybody mispronounces. I mean, all the time. And sometimes I'll get like screen chat names and I'm like, oh gosh, I mispronounced that one. But you know, Nina says CP slapped both her children, blood, nose, and lip. Yes, absolutely, little Miss Sharon. Yeah. And I believe her. You know, I mean, you could tell it was like traumatic for her to have to go through that for her kids, you know, knowing that she brought this guy around them, you know. He is a regular Einstein Malley cat. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. In his own mind, you know, talk about the delusions of grandeur that comes with being a narcissist, you know. Rich Buddy says, in my mind, statistically, the kid ran away. I hope so. I wonder if they really, really searched for the homeless community. They did. Well, you know, yes, I agree. That did cross my mind, you know, because especially I do feel like Sebastian had reasons to run away, you know. So right off the bat, that was one of the things that I thought was a strong possibility at first, you know. I was thinking, you know, maybe he went to his dad's house. Maybe he just wanted to get away and, you know, his dad used to take him fishing, so he went by the water. Things like that at the beginning. But the more came out, I was like, no, they had to have done something. And then also with the videos, the flashlight video was one where I was like, oh, okay. So this is the activity in the neighborhood, and this is what happened to Sebastian. Making that connection. I know they'd have to have evidence, but I mean, I think they have enough circumstantial evidence to float the case. I do. Faye says neither passed the poly except Seth. That's a fact. I agree, Faye. I agree. And, you know, they could have had an inconclusive result as well. So that's, you know, not lost on me either. But, you know, they just won't come out and say it. It's just like if nobody's believing that Sebastian even made it home, why wouldn't they just tell Seth and say, here, look, this is proof that he made it home at least, so you know. I mean, I would do that out of my heart. Just here, just so you know. I know you don't trust me, and I know you don't like me, and I don't like myself because I lost our kid, but here, at the very least, he did make it home with me here. But she's not doing that because she's so damn guilty, in my opinion. Brenda says, dog said anyone can pass them the test by taking something. Well, and, you know, yeah, that's why, like, when we were going over the standards for the TBI testing, you know, because I'm assuming that's who gave it to them based on what Chris said, you know, that is part of it. You know, if you're taking any kind of like drugs, even prescription, it can throw off the results, and they need to know what you're on before, you know. Sasha says, because when felony obstruction charges are filed, he has to explain all of this. Either Craddock does or maybe Carter, because it makes sense. Craddock found a pasty, my opinion. Well, I would think it would be obstruction, absolutely. Oh, you know, that is so well said, hindsight. In my opinion, his semantics have set the tone for himself from the start. Yes, absolutely. No doubt about it. And, you know, he can't even deny that. Because, I mean, if he goes back and just listens to himself, even in the first interview, how rude he was being with Duchess. And I know that's his friend or whatnot, but, you know, he's like, let me make something crystal clear. You know, like he was being so rude to her, and she's being kind and trying to help him find his kid. Same thing with Trevor Lee. Trevor Lee's up there trying to, you know, help out, and you know, he doesn't even say thank you to them. They're very rude. You know, when he first comes up on panel, you know, she's like, "Thanks for being here," and he's like, "You're welcome." You know, he never even says like, "Well, thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate this opportunity." Like, I mean, I'd be kissing her ass, not the other way around. But that's what you've seen from a lot of these people, that they were just, you know, overly kind to Chris, and let him talk, and you know, all of this. It's like crazy, you know? It's crazy. Yeah, Gigi says absolutely, hindsight. Yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable. You know, and anybody can see it. It's very plain to see, especially, you know, if you have any type of I mean, it's out there. He can go watch it again. So I'm like, you know, it's not like, oh, I don't remember that I did that or said that or whatever. It's there, you know. Yes, I know, Kathy. I have to go to. I'm going to be hopping off here too, because I know I didn't expect to be up here for 4 hours, but I missed you guys, and you know, like I said, I'm working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes, too. It's just getting it all together and presenting it. I just want to make sure that I can really deliver it to you guys the way that I see it. Which doesn't mean that I have it right. It's just I'm trying to exhaust every other option before I present what I think. But you know, I so appreciate all of you guys being here, and it's nice to see some new faces. And you know, I hope that maybe that's some people coming out of the bushes and feeling more comfortable in here, because I mean, I really want you guys to feel comfortable. And you know, yeah, Duchess is their friend. Apparently they were like partying it up together. I don't know, Sasha allegedly is what I heard. But yeah, and I know that you guys are so caring, and you know, please share Sebastian's flyer out to 10 people and get them to do it with 10 people. Because you know, if you do it with 10, maybe 7 will do it. You know, you just never know. You just never know. And then what would be really cool is if you got a flyer back from somebody, you know, in that chain too, because then you'd know it's working, right? But yeah, I just want Seth to know that we have his back here, right? What he said. Thank you, hindsight. Blessings to you too, hun. You guys are amazing. Thank you. At Voices of Truth as well, and Hindsight, your channel. You know, all your hard work. Everybody doing their part. I mean, guys, we will not fail if we all get together. We will not fail. We can't fail, you know, because we have each other, right? And we're spreading awareness. Because I think the truth is going to come to light in this case. It's not when I want it to be, you know, because I'd want to get off this live and, you know, or I'd like to have somebody in chat. You're welcome, Vic. Thank you. But, you know, little Miss Sharon, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Oh my goodness. Oh, happy birthday. I hope you have the best day. Oh, I didn't know that we had another birthday. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. And thank you guys. Thank you all so much. Like I said, I could never do this without you guys. Like, I mean, I'm just one person, but like us all getting together, that's what, the teamwork makes the dream work, right? Or whatever I think the quote is, but it's important. And, we all can have a say so in at least that. Okay, great. Oh, great, little Miss Sharon. So awesome. I'm going to have to do, yes. Okay. Wonderful. Um, well, happy early birthday. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's just so very important. It's so important, and we can make a difference. And I know that Sebastian is grateful for what we're doing. I know Seth is grateful for what we're doing. I just know it in my heart, and I know that good is going to prevail. So. All right, guys. Well, I love you all so very, very much. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for listening to me for this 4 hours. And it's been wonderful being with you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.